Good morning, Jackson County. I will be announcing the show today, and we have some announcements that we've been asked to make, and then we'll start bringing up our animals. First off, social distancing is encouraged, and that's one of the reasons our ring is a little bigger today, so that those of you in the stands can spread out. Second, masks are encouraged if you cannot social distance and not be with your family unit. So please consider a mask, and we happen to have some free masks that were made by some of our young exhibitors in the non-livestock. They're available in the office to the southwest corner here. Please wash and sanitize your hands. There are hand washing and sanitizing stations outside the show pavilion, over here across the street, and by each one of the livestock buildings. Please respect that every other bleacher row has been closed and has a sign on it. That again is in an effort to keep social distancing. Please respect the show pavilion and livestock office entrances and exits. Only 2 people are supposed to be in the office at one time. Please respect the traffic flow signs. On the cement in front of the bleachers are green arrows. On here it says they're little green arrows, but they made them quite big. Please be sure to follow those arrows if possible. Please, no gathering in the stalling or staging areas. And that's, we're talking back here is the staging area. Exhibitors and family members, please limit folks in the staging area to the exhibitor and possibly one other person. Then, exhibitors, please strive to maintain a 6-foot distance between yourself and the other exhibitors in the show ring. We know that that might be an issue today with our hogs because they don't always read these suggestions. So those are from the Fair Board via the State Department. All right, we're ready with our first class. We have 4 individuals in here. This is the purebred Hampshire Gilts, Class 1. My job today is to identify our youth and give them some recognition. Here we go. First out is exhibitor 99, Kai Anderson. Next out is Madison Sinsky. Next out is Zachary Bartfried. Zach Bartfried. And completing our class is Dominic Bartfried. Let's put our hands together for our Hampshire breeding gilts, please. For dates of farrowing, the two last gilts into the class were farrowed in January. The first two out were farrowed in February. So we have a month difference in age. And once again, if you're kind of wondering what's going on, that the ring expanded so much this year, it's with our COVID-19, we need to have that 6 foot difference spacing, so we're giving you as the audience plenty of chance to kind of spread out here. If you notice the pigs were coming out a little slow, they probably haven't seen this much space in a long, long time, so don't be surprised if a few of them decide to kick up their heels today. Before our judge gives reasons on this class, this is Will Taylor. He hails from Flora, Indiana. He is now the teaching assistant at Iowa State, and he is the judging team coach at Iowa State. Let's put our hands together and welcome our show judge, Will Taylor, please.
Well, good morning, and thank you for having me. I'm very, very excited to be here in Jackson today, and I think it's going to be a great day. We've got phenomenal weather, and I am very excited about the quality that has been, I guess, portrayed to me through verbal expression, because I think people speak highly of Jackson County, and so this is something I've really looked forward to. I think 4 outstanding Hampshire gilts that I think represent the breed extremely, extremely well. And in my personal opinion, it comes to kind of 2 like divisions, and you can kind of think of this as a division drive out here, because you've got the pair of Jans and then you've got the pair of Februaries. And amongst the pair of Januaries, I'm more confident in the young man right here, kind of dead center in front of me's gilt skeleton, and how she's built in terms of her hock and how she places that to the ground with the extension and ability to get out and just have a more athletic and comfortable view And then I think that allows her to portray a more balanced look from the side. I like those things about her extremely, extremely well. I think she's a little sharper in front of her head and just a little bit fresher in the way that she's put together relative to the second place gilt. Now the second place gilt comes, and I think that one's actually a shot better in the shape to her body. She's a little deeper in her rib, and I like those things about that particular gilt. She's actually stouter in her skull and jawline. I don't know if that gilt just gets as comfortably out of the length of her hip, and I wish I could just make her functionally longer right there in her rump, but boy, I think that's a good pair of Hampshire gilts that are very, very, very nice. The most interesting one to me lies here in third, because I think that gilt has a giant hind leg that still flexes and goes good from the side. I think she's really intense in her feature, durable in her build, and I like that about a Hampshire gilt. I think at the same time, she'll get a little bit drier right there as you work into the back of her flank, and then if she turns and goes directly away, I actually think she'll narrow to the base of her skeleton just a little bit. I want to make her a notch more genuine. We can run with her. The young man is going to close the top four here. I certainly think that gilt, relative to her frame size, has some depth of rib. She has some shape to her body and some muscularity built into her. But watch her spine, and she starts to rise right there where her loin meets her hip, and then she'll start to spread her rear feet and just get a little bit more uncoordinated behind. But a really, really nice skill to be there in fourth. Let's congratulate all four of those exhibitors, please.
First in class went to Dominic Bartfried, second to Zach Bartfried, third to Madison Sinsky, and fourth to Kai Anderson. Our next class is AOB, that means any other breed of purebred breeding gilts, and we have 6 in that class. First out is a Berkshire Pyrenean gilt, Grace Benson. Next we have Lincoln Phillips with a Duroc. That was a March, and then the Burke was a January. Next we have Trey Rosso with a Yorkshire, February Farrow. Next we have Kaylee Nelson with a Poland, January Farrow. Whoops, do I have you guys mixed up? Is this Aubrey? This is Kaylee. Aubrey was the first one, and that was a January. This is Kaylee. They had a spot, and then this is the Poland. Both of them were Januaries. I should have known better. My first pig was a spot. Completing the class is Tate Phillips with a March Duroc. So the Yorkshire is a February, the Poland is a January, the Spot is a January, the Burke is January. The 2 Durocs are March Farrows. Let's put our hands together for all other breeds, please. Those of you sitting ringside, if you're having trouble keeping the Poland and the Berkshire separated because their markings are very similar, take a look at the ear set. The Berkshire has the more upright ear, the Poland has the more downset ear.
Really good class of AOB gilts out here, and I certainly think that there's a lot of quality all the way through, and a lot of very, very neat pieces that I think are fun to discuss. In my personal opinion, my favorite is the young man right here with the little Duroc gilt that's going to be kind of working toward the center of the ring. I think she's good in terms of her structure. She's long in her stride, yet she's bold in her look. I like her in terms of the shape to her upper rib cage and what she represents from a proportion standpoint. I think she's got the right length to her hip. I like where she's at from a length of body perspective, yet she's still got the muscularity to have an extra nice look from this side. The young man that's going to drive the second place one here actually has the one that's more elevated, neater in front of her blade, and just a touch prettier from the side, and I like that about her. I don't know if relative to the disadvantage she comes with in terms of muscularity and spread, if she's that much better in terms of the mobility to her hind leg, and so I think that that's the small differences in sort of a very, very good pair. I think they're close, and I think that they're totally different in what they offer, but both have very, very nice pieces. I apologize, I too got a little messed up there on my breed recognition. The Poland right here in front of me is going to be in third. I think that Poland gilt has some very, very interesting things about her because she's got big legs, she's got big feet, yet she's still loose in her skeleton, and she's still got the extra athleticism and mobility that I like to tie to. I don't know if that gilt just blends perfect in her spine and where she sits in her ham loin could be just a little bit smoother in terms of how she's put together, but a very, very nice Poland gilt. The Yorkshire is going to be next here in 4. I love that gilt's muscle shape. I love that gilt's muscularity, and I like what she represents from a perspective of being that wide and stout at this kind of maturity, but at the same time, she'll get the quickest in her hind leg and just get a little bit uncoordinated there and how she hits the ground behind. I think that's what limits her to 4. Next up is the Spot, the young lady Spot there. Really good from a back shape perspective, really good from a turn up high perspective, and that young lady gets every penny's worth out of that particular gilt. I think as you get in directly behind her, you got to question where she sits in her rear foot and how she goes behind, and is that just coordinated and just comfortable enough for you? Personally, I made the call that it wasn't and left her in 5th. The young lady with the Berkshire is going to close this competitive class, and boy, for a Berkshire, that one is heart-shaped and big-hipped, and I like that about her. At the same time, she's probably not just coordinated and comfortable enough in her skeleton for me personally, but a very, very nice gilt to be there in the 6th hole. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors one more time, please.
First place went to Lincoln Phillips, second to Tate Phillips, third Kaylee Nelson, fourth went to Trey Rossell, fifth to Aubrey Nelson, and sixth to Grace Benson. Okay, we need to bring 1 and 2 out from those 2 classes to get our purebred champion and reserve champion breeding gilts. So we'll be bringing out our Dominic's purebred Hampshire, and Lincoln, bring that Duroc out. Now the Hampshire is a January Pharaoh, the Duroc is a March, so we've got 2 months of age difference here. Let's put our hands together for our purebred breeding gilts.
Well, we got an outstanding set of purebred gilts out here that I think really represent purebred hogs extremely, extremely well. I think it's fun between this pair. I'll just talk them real briefly for you. The young man that has the Hampshire gilt, boy, I love that one's elevation, extension, look in front of her blade, and I love that ability to still be that fresh at this kind of weight and this kind of maturity, and I think that's really, really good. She's great in terms of the length to her stride. She's great in terms of how she gets out and travels with an athletic kind of skeleton. At the same time, I'm not comfortable or not confident saying she's just the most stout and wide one at this stage in the game. But boy, I do like that one's skeleton, I like that one's look, and I like that one's proportions. The young man with the Duroc gilt brings this one that, boy, I think that one has a bright, bright future in front of her, because at this stage she flawlessly combines muscularity with a nice kind of skeleton, the right kind of look and proportions, and I like those things about her. At this current juncture, you've got to question, where's her growth pattern and where's her maturity going to be as you start to study her length of cannon, and I think that becomes the question or the question mark on that particular gilt. I think it's very close between the pair of them. My personal favorite is the young man's Duroc. He'll be your champion purebred gilt.
All right, champion for 2020 purebred gilts is Lincoln Phillips. Lincoln, Daniel Condon is over there to take your picture. And then that first pen, I think it opens up to the back, and you can take your gilt over and get your picture taken. Let's send Lincoln out with a nice round of applause. Lincoln Phillips. And they'll be taking pictures over in that northeast corner there. We did bring out our second place from that AOB class for consideration in the reserve champion purebred breeding gilts.
We talked about that pair in the class, and those reds I thought were very, very good. I thought that they had a neat look and the right kind of proportions. I thought they were different in what they had to offer, and I thought that they were just a touch different in terms of what they put together. I talked in class about this one probably being the neater looking one, that's got more presence and just a flashier look. Her maturity probably is a touch better. I didn't know relative to her disadvantage in muscularity if she just packed enough of a skeletal advantage to turn that class winner and eventual champion purebred gilt. I think it's close between the Hampshire and the Duroc. My second favorite is still the Duroc out of our second class. Let's congratulate both these exhibitors on a great job, please.
And our reserve champion goes to Tate Phillips with the Duroc. And Tate, you get to have your picture taken too. So can you take your gilt to that first holding pen, and they'll shoot it on through so you can get a picture there. Let's send Tate out with a nice round of applause, please. The reserve champion purebred gilt. We're working into our class 3, and we have several additions to this. We've got, I think, 4 pigs in here that are additions. First out is Willow Thiner, and this crossbred gilt weighs in at 220. Next out is Noah Thompson, with crossbred gilt weighing 230. Next out is Kane Titterton. This gilt is weighing in at 192. This is an addition to your program, so if you want to pencil that out, this is Kane Titterton. Okay, next out is Ian, is that right? Ian Titterton, gilt weighing 178. Next out is Trey, is that right? Brock, I'm sorry, that's the other one. Brock Nielsen at 172. I'm starting to get to know these kids, but they've all grown since last year. Next out is Kay Frecking, 232 pounds. Gilt there. Next out is Will Frecking, gilt weighing 235 pounds. We're not done yet. Next is Trey Rosso, gilt weighing 190 pounds. Cooper Gold. Okay, next out is Hayden Sinsky, gilt weighing 224 pounds. And completing the class is Cooper Nelson, the gilt weighing 224 pounds. Let's put our hands together for this big class of crossbred gilt. If you didn't catch the range, we're 172 to 235 pounds. And let's see, okay. People, this young lady in the corner with the Hampshire, and she was the second to the last one out, Hayden Sinsky, is a fair birthday girl. Today, she turns 7 years old. Are you guys ready to give her a crowd happy birthday? Okay, here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Hayden. Happy birthday to you. There you go, Hayden. Can't say we didn't celebrate your birthday today. That's kind of hard to have your birthday during the fair. Everybody's so busy. Her uncle was also a fair baby. I actually remember when John was born during the fair.
Boy, a really big, deep class of crossbred gilts out here. And I think there's differences in kind, there's differences in shape, and there's differences in how these particular gilts are put together. My personal favorite, the one I'm the most comfortable starting with, young man right here is going to have your class winner. And I think that one wins from a flexibility and athleticism standpoint. She takes the longest stride with the most reach and range of motion to her hock. And I think that allows for the best look from the side. Now, I would be the first to admit I'd intensify her feature at the base of her skeleton just a little bit and probably just blow her open in terms of how she comes at you just a touch to say that she's an absolute hammer. But boy, I think that gilt's fresh. I think that gilt's really nice in terms of her squareness, and relative to the second place gilt, I think she handles her hind leg just a little bit looser and more athletically. Now, the one that comes in second actually has a bigger arm, a bigger hind leg, and actually, I think, has a denser look built into her skeleton. I think at the same time, she'll get a little bit more just shorter in the way that she gets out of her hip and hind leg. I don't think she's just as comfortable and coordinated in her skeleton, and that just starts to detract a little bit from her balance from the side. But boy, I love that one's skull. I love that one's back shape. I love that one's rib cage and what she represents from those regards. The interesting one comes here in third, and boy, when she dropped out, I thought those are very neat proportions because she's short back, long-hipped, and still flexible with a really, really dense running gear laid into her. I don't know if that gilt just maintained her stamina well enough throughout the entire drive for me personally, and as you start to get in behind her, I think you've got to question where she's going to wind up as you continue to age her, mature her out, and where she's going to wind up right there in her hock and her rear assembly. Young man that comes out in fourth brings us a blue belted gilt. That boy, I think that one has length. I think that one has extension. I love her head, neck, and how that's assembled into her. She's a very elevated gilt with a nice shape up high. I think at the same time, relative to what she has from a rib cage and power perspective, she'll start to push just a little bit when you get in behind her. This young man is an absolute hammer of a showman, and he does a very, very nice job, intense and very, very well put together out here. That gilt's driven perfectly. I love the shape she has to her upper back. I think at the same time, when you get in behind her, there's not just enough genuine spread to her skeleton for me to say that she can work up in this particular class. Young lady, I believe the birthday girl, does an awesome, awesome job with her gilt. Really fresh shaped, really lean, and really genuine from a composition standpoint. Love her head carriage. She doesn't have enough just right there in the center part of her body and her rib for me personally. Young man that comes next, another very, very good showman with a gilt that's got stoutness of skull, density to her feature, and a really good spread to her upper back. I don't know if that gilt's feminine enough in terms of what she puts together for me personally. And on down the line, we got a couple that this young man has one. It's really nice from a just leanness and composition standpoint. She's not quite secure enough in her rear leg and rear joint. Young man that comes next has one that, boy, I like that one's turn to her loin edge and what she represents from that perspective. I don't know if that gilt's coordinated enough out of her front skeleton. And then the young man that closes brings us one. It's really good in terms of leanness. I don't know if there's enough just genuine spread built into her. Great class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors, please.
Winning that class was Kate Fricking. Second was Will Fricking. Third went to Will Feiner. Fourth to Noah Thompson. Fifth to Cooper Nelson. Sixth to Hayden Sinsky. Seventh went to Brock Nissen. Eighth to eighth to Trey Rosso. Ninth, I believe, to Ian Tinnerton. 10th to Kane Tinnerton, and I might have those last two mixed up. First out in this last class, or this next class, class 4 of crossbreds, is Reese Anderson, gilt weighing 278 pounds. Next out, we have Carson Snikloff. This one. Yep. Carson Snikloff, gilt weighing 248 pounds. Next out is Tylen McDonald, gilt weighing 280 pounds. Next out is Braden Erickson, Gilt weighing 270 pounds. Next out is Bella Rasmussen. This is our heaviest girl for the day, not the exhibitor, the gilt, at 310 pounds. Next out is, completing the class, is Peyton Benda, gilt weighing 250 pounds. Let's put our hands together for our big crossbreds, please. Looks like we have some Hampshire-influenced gilts out here. Wouldn't that be fun to have a whole pen full of these at home? At the conclusion of this class, we'll have the champion and reserve champion crossbred breeding gilt selection, and then those two will come back and compete against our purebreds for the overall grand champion breeding gilt for 2020. Quick announcement here. If we have anybody who is parked along the fence line south of the office, the main office out here, REA is bringing their trucks in. You may want to move your vehicle, otherwise you might get to be on that commercial where they say different things that have fallen on their cars or pickups. So if you have parked in the shade over here just south of the fair main office, you probably want to move your car as soon as possible.
Well, I think a really nice class of big heavy gilts out here, and I personally think it's close on top, and I realize there's a substantial difference in weight, but I think quality dictates that this one needs to start out. I like that gilt a bunch from what she represents from a breeding value standpoint, because she's big-footed and still big armed. She's got a really neat look in terms of what she represents in front of her blade and how she's elevated, how she looks in terms of extension. I like her just natural elevation, the way she runs uphill and the way she's put together. I think she comes at you wide. I wish as she went away, she was just a touch more spread right there. And then I think we could really run with that particular gilt and get really, really excited. Now the young lady that's gonna be here in second, boy, I think that gilt's so deep-bodied, so pliable in her center rib, and I like those things about her. and I think that that offers a very, very neat look, and she's obviously the most accelerated from a weight standpoint. Relative to what she packs from a depth of body perspective, I wish she had a shot more feature to match and just make that a little bit more proportional. And then I think that as you study her as she goes directly away, she'll start to stab her rear feet out just a little bit and doesn't just get as coordinated behind. But boy, that is a deep body, that is a wide back, and that's a very, very big spread on a very, very big gilt. The young lady that comes in third here, I actually think that that gilt, as you get off either end of her skeleton, is very impressive because she's got a big leg in her, she's got a big kind of bone work into her, and then she's really square as she goes directly away. I think as you get on top of this gilt, she's a little more impressive as you get away from her because she starts to draw up in her body just a little bit, doesn't get out and flex in her hop just perfectly for me. The young man that comes next, I actually thought was one that was very interesting as he dropped directly into the ring to start the class because, boy, I think that gilt has very neat proportions. I like where she's at from a length standpoint. I like where she's at from just a density and just stoutness perspective. I think at the same time, the longer the drive wears on, the further forward her shoulder will reach and the more uncoordinated she'll get behind. But, boy, that's a big pin set and a really, really round rib cage laid into her. The young lady that comes next, I actually think that that particular gilt's very good from just a mass and power perspective. Love her shape up high, love her pin set. She gets a little wide where she sets behind for me personally. I wish I could just amend her hop a little bit there. Young man's done a great job feeding his gilt. Really soft body, really, really deep ribbed, and really, really bold in what she has to offer. I don't know if that gilt's just genuine enough. I'd tone her back a little bit from her composition standpoint, but a very, very nice gilt. Let's congratulate all those gilt exhibitors as we get ready to select the champion crossbred.
First in class was Carson Snickloff. Second went to Bello Rasmussen. Third went to Peyton Benda. Fourth to Braden Erickson. Fifth went to Reese Anderson. Sixth went to Tylen McDonald. So we'll be bringing out the first and second from the two classes here of crossbreds, and we'll be picking our champion and reserve champion. From the first class, we have Cade Frecking. That gilt weighed in at 232. From class 2, we have Carson Snickloff with a gilt weighing 248. So they're fairly close in weight. Let's put our hands together for our crossbred breeding gilts. Once again, at the conclusion of this drive, we'll be bringing back our purebreds. And they've been in the holding pen, so we don't have to wait for them to come up to the staging area.
Well, we get out here for selection of your champion breeding gilt, and I think it's, or champion crossbred breeding gilt. I think it's very close, it's very fun, and I think it's a great discussion amongst the parent gilts in my personal opinion. Just to talk about them as individuals, the young man that won the first class, boy, I think that gilt is very, very interesting in terms of just her smoothness of lines, how she's put together. I really like that gilt's freshness. I really like that gilt's presence and what she puts together from the side. And then she goes away so strong and so square and just has a very, very neat look built into her. I don't know if that gilt's just opened up enough as she comes right at you. And I said in class, I think I'd intensify her front foot, front feature just a touch to say she runs away with this. The young ladies gilt that's going to be here as your second class winner, boy, that one's interesting. I think she has some interesting pieces because to be that tall fronted, get that big armed and big about her blade, I think it's very, very impressive. I love the feature she has in front of her shoulder, and then I think she's really fresh and really square right there in her upper back. If I'm going to change her anywhere, the way she transitions right there in her top line and how she just adjusts as she comes out of the back of her shoulder gets a little funny at times, and then as she goes directly away, I need her to be a touch stouter and a touch wider. So I think there's differences amongst them. I think that there's small pieces and parts that I'd like to change on each one of them. But boy, I think these are two high quality gilts that have a very neat look. My personal favorite, young man who won the first class library champion.
Grand champion goes to Kay Frecking. We'll be bringing out the reserve from that class, and that was Will Frecking with a sandy colored belt there.
I taught that class, and I thought it was a very nice class, a very high quality class, and I talked about how much I like things about that sandy belted gilt because she's so dense in her body and she's so good in the spread to her rib, and I like those things about her. I don't know if that gilt just has enough comfort built into her skeleton today. I wish she was a little bit more relaxed in her blade. I think it's close once again. My personal second favorite, young lady who won the second class, will have your reserve.
Reserve champion goes to Carson Snickloff. Let's send her out with a nice round of applause, please. Carson Snickloff. We're going to send you through that first gate there. At this point, we're clearing the pen to get ready for our Grand Champion overall breeding gilt for 2020. We'll be bringing back our Champion Purebred and our Champion Crossbred competition here. Coming out as the Purebred Champion is Lincoln Phillips with the Duroc, and this is a March Pharaoh gilt. We don't have a weight on that Duroc. From the Prospect gilts, we have Kate Fricking with a gilt weighing 232 pounds.
Well, let's start by giving both these exhibitors a big round of applause. What an honor it is to make it to the final drive in the gilts, and what an honor it is to be at this stage. It's such a high-quality county fair, and my hat is absolutely off to these exhibitors. I think it's a quality pair and a very, very nice pair of gilts that I think have a lot of good about them. I do think that there's one that stands out in terms of the quality she brings to the table. Come out of a very, very deep division. Young man that has the cross will have your champion breeding gilt.
Kay Fricking is our Grand Champion breeding gilt for 2020. He's showing the half-chair belt there. Now we'll get him through that first, oh, I guess not. We'll take him around and get his picture taken. Coming out for consideration for reserve is Carson Snickloff from the Crossbreds.
We dropped that second, or I guess reserve out of the crossbred gilt division, and I certainly think that that one brings so many interesting pieces to the table. And not to take anything away from our Duroc that I think has so much quality and so much future and so many bright things about her. My personal second favorite, and going out of crosses, will be a reserve.
Carson Snickloff with reserve champion. Let's put our hands together and send these all out with a nice round of applause, please.
just going to give Brenda a little break here for a minute, and just wanted to announce that Sweet Kettle Madness has mini donuts, if we have any mini donut fans out here. And they have different flavors. Yesterday I had maple bacon. I strongly recommend that one. But they have several different flavors, so if you want to check them out, give them a little business, that'd be great. Thanks.
If you turn your page in your program, you'll be seeing that we're going to be starting with the market gilts. Market gilts. Our first class, there's 40 pounds of range, 160 to 200 pounds. First out is Brock Nissen, and that market gilt's weighing 196 pounds. Next out is Kaylee Cope, crossbred weighing 180 pounds. Once again, the weight range is 160 to 200. Next out is Willow Finer with a gilt weighing 190 pounds. Next out is Zach Bartrey, gilt weighing 168 pounds. Next out is Kai Anderson, and this spot I believe is the 198. He has 2 in this class. This is Reese Anderson with a gilt weighing 170. Is this Kai's other one? Okay. Let's use yours. Okay. Okay. Breen Anderson, gilt weighing 168. We're going to be bumping Kai's heavier one up to the next class. All right. Then we have Brewer Finer. That gilt weighed 160 pounds. Next out is Paige Benda with a gilt weighing 186 pounds. That completes our class. Let's put our hands together for our lightweight market gilts, please. And once again, Kai Anderson's moving the 200 pound into the next class. That is an option the exhibitors have if they happen to have 2 animals in the same class. They can move it up a class. They cannot move it down a class. What they're doing now is some weigh-backs, and in open shows this is very much something that they do, is the weigh-backs. And I believe it's a 5 or 10, no, it's a 5% difference. There shouldn't be more than a 5% difference from the weigh-in to the weigh-back. Now the weigh-backs are being indicated by the show judge, and that's how it's traditionally done in the open shows. this might be an appropriate time to thank Jeremy and Molly up here. They're the ones with the clipboards there, keeping track of placings, plus with the waybacks as well. So they're the ones that are figuring this 5% out. As our judge is working these classes, like I said, Molly and Jeremy are working with the waybacks. And we have several people out here in the ring, or back in the staging area. I think we've got Brandon and Dalton back here in the staging area. We have Dale, and I gotta get all this straight, and Jim, and Paul, Brad, and I'm missing somebody here. Oh, up here we have another Molly Barford, that's doing the barn calls. But let's put our hands together and thank all of our people who are helping make this show go. All right, I missed somebody. Chris over there, young man with the blue shirt. So is he also helping as well?
Well, I think these top three are challenging and they're different in what they bring to the table. And the ultimate justification in my mind is this particular young man's guilt is the stoutest in what she has from every angle, every view. And I think that guilt's really good in the spread and just shape she has to her back. I mean, get up on that thing and boy, that is a deep ditch down a creased up back that facilitates into a very, very stout hip and a wide pin set. I'll be the first to admit she is on the edge behind of acceptability in terms of where her hock sits, how her rear joint handles things. But boy, that is a wide-chested, broad-backed, and big-hipped gilt to go ahead and start this particular class. I think the one that probably is the hardest for me to get a read on is this young lady in the kind of purple shirt here. Boy, I think that gilt's got a very neat look. I love her leanness, I love her freshness, and I love what she represents from a muscularity standpoint and just a composition kind of view. And then actually what's so impressive about her is relative to her contemporaries, she's got a square pin set and actually takes it true to the ground. Where I probably get a little more critical of her is I don't know if there's enough. Right there at the start of her forerib, and as she transitions into her upper rib cage and how she puts together right there out of her blade, I don't know if there's enough expansion and just natural dimensions put into that particular gilt. The young man that comes next has one, got a lot of muscle shape built into her. I don't know if that gilt's just comfortable enough and true enough behind for me personally, as I'd like to see her just a touch leveler in her hip. Young man that comes, or young lady that comes next has one. Boy, I think that one's really good from a perspective of being so dense in her shape and so big in terms of her feature. I don't know if that one just stays true enough as you get in behind her. I wish she was a notch just square right there in her hop. Young man brings this one lean, really fresh, really good from a genuine kind of condition standpoint. I think when you start to tie in, if she doesn't blend perfectly right there at her blade, gets a little uncoordinated behind, that's what keeps her on down the line. Young lady that comes out next brings us one that's got the big legs, the big features. Boy, that's a very stout hind leg built into one. I don't know if she's just comfortable enough out here for me personally to work up, and then as she comes right at you, she'll close a little bit in her chest. Young lady that comes next has one that I think very much so, similar story in terms of all that extra just bone. I love the density to her rear leg. At the same time, it starts to facilitate a coarser look, and then she'll get a little harder right there in her rib. Young lady that comes next, really good, shaped up high, gets a little high spine, and then the young man that closes got us one that's really basic in her design, has a good kind of build, and I like that about her. She gets a little just dry and flat for me personally, but a nice skill. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors, please.
First in that class went to Brock Nissen, second to Bryn Anderson, third went to Kai Anderson, fourth to Paige Benda, fifth went to Zach Bartfried, sixth went to Reese Anderson, seventh went to Willow Feiner, eighth went to Kaylee Cope, ninth went to Brewer Feiner. Okay, coming out in this class, first out is Madison Sinsky. And that gilt weighs 236 pounds, so we're 200 to 236, 36 pounds difference. Next out is Willow Feiner, gilt weighing 208 pounds. Next we have Kirby Mulder, gilt weighing 204 pounds. Kirby doesn't know it, but her breakfast is waiting for her at the end of this class. She helped us pretty much all day during the sheep and goat show, and I told her I'd get her some of those mini donuts. So she's got some there, and they're still hot. Next out is Ellie Holm. That gilt weighs 225 pounds. Next we have Kaylee Cope, gilt weighing 204 pounds. Next we have Reese Anderson, gilt weighing 202 pounds. Next out is Parker Benda, gilt weighing 220 pounds. Next out is Peyton Benda, gilt weighing 222 pounds. Completing the class is Kai Anderson's gilt weighing 200 pounds. I think, yep. Let's put our hands together for our Class 6 market gilts. Just a little background information on the market gilts. If it hadn't been for our pork committee here in Jackson County, we would not be showing very many market gilts because there was not a class for them at the state level. But our pork committee up here got together, went up there and campaigned for market gilt classes at the upper levels, and they successfully were able to get the market gilts put together into a state competition. With that in mind, we have a lot of people who have served at various times, either in the show ring, up at the state committee and so forth on those pork committees. Some of them are in the ring, a lot of them are in the stands. I think it's only appropriate that we put our hands together and thank the people who support our pork industry here, please. This is a housekeeping announcement. We need to clean our pens before we send our animals home today. They will withhold the premium auction check if you do not clean your pens. Another reason to clean pens is, quite frankly, we don't have enough help this year. The pocketbook or checkbook is pretty lean this year since there's no gate and no entertainment. So we do not have the extra help this year to help clean those pens. So please, 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 exhibitors, make sure you clean those pens before you take your animals home. Now, I did mention the auction. There will be a premium auction on Saturday. We would very much like each of you guys that plan to have an animal in the auction to get a picture with the animal and the exhibitor. And Stacy Christophers is putting together a slide set for that auction. There's a business card in the office, and hopefully a lot of them, we're trying to give out that business card with the exhibitor numbers. If you can text or email a picture to her as soon as possible so she can put that slide set together for the premium auction on Saturday. This is Stacy's card, and she's got her email address and her phone number. You can text or email the picture to her, and like I said, she's putting the slideshow together for the premium auction on Saturday.
Well, boy, I think this is a really deep class, and I think it's a challenging class to put together, at least from my perspective. Young lady right here is going to win this particular class because I think she is very good in terms of the hard shape she has, the square look she has to her upper back. Study her proportions. I love her length of body. I love the way that she runs straight uphill and still does it with an athletic kind of skeleton. I think that gilt's got stoutness and she's got power built into her. I'd maybe make her a touch wider as she comes right at you. But boy, I think that's a very nice market gilt. The young lady that comes next, I think, is one that, boy, I think that gilt has a very neat look, a very fresh presence, and a very, very good shape to her upper skeleton. I think that young lady does an awesome, awesome job driving that gilt as well. At the same time, I don't know if she's just as intense in her lower feature. I don't know if she's just as aggressive in terms of where she's at from a density standpoint. But boy, I think that gilt's square. I think she's genuine. I think she's really, really fresh. Young lady that comes out here in third, I think that particular hog, actually, I'll be honest, I think 3, 4, 5, 6, and all the way down becomes very challenging to sort together and put together in my mind. And I landed on this gilt to be in third because I think that when you study squareness and genuineness of skeleton, she's easily the third best. And I like where she's at from just a squareness going away perspective. I like how she's built in terms of just that true design to her hip. She probably isn't just flashy enough for me. She gets a little staler in her shape and her presentation. I think that's what keeps her on down. But a nice gilt to be there next. Young man brings us one that really has a great shape, a great freshness, and it steps in and amends the gilt that I just talked about in those areas. She's not as wide at the base of her chest. She's not as intense in her feature, and she'll get a little shorter around her in her hip, causing her a quicker stride, but boy, I like that one shaped. Young man's blue gilt comes out, and boy, from the side, I thought, we got something here, folks, because that one is very stout skulled, that one is very good shaped, and that one is very, very unique in terms of her ability to have that kind of look with the presence. And I love the density to her hind leg. At the same time, step in behind her and she starts to deviate out there in her hock. She's a little wide for my personal taste to come next. The young lady that drives out next, I think, has one that off either end of her skeleton, you start to appreciate the muscularity, the expression, and the shape that gilt has. Get her off to the side, the lower fronted gilt gets harder in her rib and just not as coordinated in terms of what she's put together like. The young lady with the belted gilt comes next, and boy, that one from the side has a nice kind of look. I like the shape to her back. She'll get a little harder right there in her ham loin, and then as you turn and go away, I think you gotta realize that she's too stout in terms of where she sets her hock and where her rear joint sets. Blue gilt comes next, and I think that one has a nice kind of growth, a nice kind of elevation. There's not enough muscle and product in that particular gilt. And then the one that closes, boy, she's basic, and boy, she takes a very, very long stride. I just don't know if that gilt has enough spread and dimension for me personally. Nice gilt, nice way to round out a really good market gilt class. Let's congratulate those exhibitors, please.
First in that class went to Peyton Benda, second to Kirby Mulder, third went to Madison Sinsky, fourth went to Kai Anderson, the one that he moved from the previous class, fifth went to Parker Benda, sixth went to Willow Feiner, seventh went to Reese Anderson, eighth went to Ella Holm, and ninth went to Kaylee Cole. We're going into class 7, our last class of market gilts. Coming out first, the Talon McDonald. That gilt is weighing 266 pounds. Next out is Zoe Hall. This is our heaviest gilt, weighing 302 pounds. Next we have Trace Michelson, gilt weighing 260 pounds. Next coming out is Landon Tiedemann, and that gilt's weighing 250 pounds. Next we have Daniel Staples, gilt weighing 240 pounds. Next out is Jake Rasmussen, gilt weighing 240 pounds. Completing the class is Bella Rasmussen, gilt weighing 245 pounds. Let's put our hands together for our heavyweight market gilts, please. And once again, you'll see the judge motion for some to be weighed back, and that's so that they don't have more than a 5% difference in weight from when they were weighed in, when the weight tickets came in to the present. And so far, we've all been in there, so that's great. Like I said, it's been an unusual year, and we've had to do some unusual things for weighing and showing and being a spectator and entries and so forth, so it's been a very interesting year. Now, Maggie Post is the young lady who's been doing all the background paperwork, entry work, and all that kind of thing. And I'm not sure, she never puts her head out at the right time, but, where's she at? Right in the corner taking pictures. I think we better put our hands together because she has really put a lot of work in this summer. This might be an interesting class here. I think we have siblings showing, and we may have siblings as far as the pigs here. So this could cause some fights at home and in the barn.
Well, I think this is a very interesting pair, and I start to evaluate and start to work through my progression of what I like and what I want to tie to. And in my opinion, in a market guild class, the one that is more exciting for me personally is the young ladies right there. Because when you draw pigs from the side, that's what I think about in terms of elevation, in terms of feature. And then I've talked a lot about proportions. And what I mean by proportions are their ability to fit their length of neck, their length of body, and their length of hip together in a fashion that is attractive and just everything fits. And to me, that's what proportions look like from the side. I realize she has one massive question mark, and the critics of me ringside will absolutely say, well, she's too wide. I'll say, hey, that means she's got muscle, and I'm okay with that because I think that from the side, she's easily the best one and the most interesting one. Stout, wide, still short back, and really good from those regards. Just a little bit extra in terms of where she sets behind. That's taking nothing away from the young man that's going to be in second because he brings us a fresh kind of gilt that really has a nice look from the side. I love her muscle shape. I love her turn up high. And I think that that's really good. I wish I could get her to blend a little bit different right there at the top of her shoulder, how she's put together in terms of her front skeleton. And then I think as she goes directly away, she actually needs a shot more in terms of spread and width. So very interesting pair, differences in how you like them, and I understand that. My personal favorite was the one that started there. Young man brings us the kind of lighter colored gilt, and I think that gilt really has a genuine look off either end of her skeleton. She's got an extra shot of feature, and I really like that about her. I don't know if that gilt blends perfectly from the side, and relative to where she sits in terms of width behind, I wish she was a little stouter in her body. The young man that comes next is doing an awesome job, and I think that particular gilt has tons of pliability. I think she's got a really soft look to her rib. I don't know if that gilt has enough muscle to counter her extra finish and composition, and then she'll get just a little more upright in how she's built behind. Young man brings us the dark blue kind of gilt next, and I think that one really has an aggressive kind of shape up high. I think that gilt really has an elevated, neat look. She doesn't blend her pieces together perfectly enough, and I wish she was just a little more coordinated in her rear skeleton. Young man that comes next, I think, really brings us one that's got some big feet, big legs, and an extra shot of feature. I don't know if there's enough spread in that particular gilt right there in the center portion of her body and her upper skeleton for me personally. And then the biggest gilt that closes here, really like her natural ability to grow, her ability to have that kind of just substance and body. She gets a little plain in her shape up high for me personally. Very nice gilt and a very nice class to round out our market gilt division. I'll go out and get you a champion market gilt next.
First in that class went to Bella Rasmussen, second to Jake Rasmussen, third to Landon Tiedemann, fourth went to Tylen Michelson, sixth to Daniel Staples, seventh to Zoe Hall. As the judges mentioned, we're going to be bringing out the first from each of those class 5, 6, and 7 for our grand champion market gilt for 2020. From class 5, we have Brock Nissen. This gilt weighed in at 196 pounds. From class 6, we have Peyton Benda. This gilt weighed in at 222 pounds. From class 7, we have Bella Rasmussen with a gilt weighing 245 pounds. Let's put our hands together for our championship run in the market gilts, please. Before our judge has an opportunity to talk this championship, we'd like to reintroduce him. This is Will Taylor, and he hails from Flora, Indiana. He went, did his undergrad at Lincoln Land, where he was on the judging team. He went and did his grad at Western Illinois, where he again was on the judging team. And presently, he's a teaching assistant at Iowa State and their judging team coach. And that's why you've heard a lot of interesting terms today. If you listen to him, he's really got some terminology. You can almost tell that he is getting these kids ready to judge at national shows. Let's put our hands together for Will Taylor, please.
think, a very good set of market gilts out here, and I think that there's a high-quality group and a very fun division to work through. Just to kind of talk about it one more time, the young man that won the first class, boy, that one's wide, that one's stout, and I don't know if I've seen a ditch down the one's back quite that big, and so I think that that's a very interesting kind of piece. I don't know if she just puts it all together perfectly for me at this stage, but boy, she's got some very interesting pieces. The one that won the second class drops out, and I talked to her in class because I think from the side, that gill has a really neat look. Up-headed, tall-shouldered, heart-shaped, and very, very square from behind. I like that about her. I wish she was just a touch wider as she come at you, and then I think she could run away with this division. The one that probably gives me the most headache and challenge is the young ladies that won the third class, because from the side, and when you get up directly on top of that one, that is an impressive creature from a back shape standpoint, from a body shape standpoint, and just a density of design standpoint. I love that one's proportions, and I love what that one represents from the side. The massive question mark that has to come up is where does her hock sit? Where is her rear assembly behind? And what do you personally value that? I think that gilt's just natural presence, that gilt's build and design from the side is good enough for me to look past that kind of design behind. She'll be your champion market gilt. Let's congratulate her, please.
Bella Rasmussen, 2020 Grand Champion Market Gilt. She's going to take it out that pin by Jim Nessett. Let's send her out with a nice round of applause. We're going to get a picture. So Bella Rasmussen, 2020 Grand Champion Market Gilt. We brought the second from that class, her brother Jacob, for consideration for reserve champion.
Well, we dropped that second out here, and I certainly talked that pair as being interesting and fun. I think that there's a lot of value in what that gilt brings to the table from a shape perspective. Like I said, I changed the way she's built up front just a little bit. I think we could roll on with her. There's another one out here that I thought really pushed my champion hard. I think she's a notch truer behind. She's probably not as wide coming at you or just as breathtaking from the side. Young lady right here will have your reserve. Let's congratulate her.
Peyton Benda with the reserve champion Market Gilt. Yep, that's the way to send her out there. We'll send all of our market gilts out with a nice round of applause, please. Before we start our purebred market barrows, I need to make a couple of announcements, so bear with me, those of you who are waiting to get the pigs out here. First off, these announcements come from our fair board via the State Department. I read those at the beginning of the show today, but now that we have a lot larger crowd, I need to read them again. First off, social distancing is encouraged. That's why the ring is set up larger today, so that you can have more social distancing in the stands. Masks are encouraged if you cannot social distance and are not with your family unit. There are free masks in the office behind me. Please wash and sanitize your hands. There are hand washing stations and sanitizing stations by the show pavilion and by each of the barns. Please respect each other on the bleachers. There are closed rows. Please do not sit in those. Please respect show pavilion and livestock office entrances and exits. Only 2 people are supposed to be in the office at one time. Please respect the traffic flow signs. Those are the green arrows on the cement. Please, no gathering in the stalling and staging areas. Exhibitors and families, please limit the exhibitor and one other person in the staging area. Exhibitors, please strive to maintain a 6-foot distance in the show ring if possible. That might be hard with our pigs here. Thank you, and those are our announcements from the Fair Board via the Attorney General. Oh my, we have pigs out here. I better catch up. Okay, our young man with the orange shirt on over there is Braden Erickson. And that is Berkshire, weighing 235 pounds. Our young lady with the gold top has a Berkshire weighing 230 pounds. The young man with a light blue and coral stripe with a Berkshire has got a barrel weighing 236 pounds. Our young lady over there is Mason Nandapau, and that Berk weighs 250 pounds. I slaughter her name every year, Messina, and hopefully I got it right for a change this year. She's smiling. That's obvious I didn't do it, did I? That's all right. Let's put our hands together for our Berkshires, please. We also have her, and I didn't get her introduced, is Aubrey Erickson. She's the young lady with the black top out here. Now we can put our hands together for our Berkshire class, please. They advertise this breed as the Angus of the swine industry. Supposedly more marbling in the meat. The weight range there is 210 to 250, 40 pounds difference from lightest to heaviest. Reminder, there are vouchers for each of these exhibitors to use towards the food trucks. Anonymous donors have been donating money to have vouchers for each one of our exhibitors to use the food, to use towards getting something to eat. This is to support our young exhibitors as well as our food vendors here at the fair. There's an envelope with each exhibitor's name on in the office here. If you have not collected your envelope, they need to be used up by tomorrow. So you might want to grab a hold of those so you can use those up.
Good class of Berkshires. Young man in a striped shirt is going to be your class winner and your champion Berkshire. I think long striding, comfortable build, kind of bear that really has the basics checked. I think he's square coming at you, he's square going away, and I think that relative to the second place bear, he's a little bit better in terms of his composition and where he's at from a muscle perspective relative to his finish. Nice kind of bear to be here in second. Deep body, really pliable, and as we talked about, if they're the Angus of the pig breed, that one looks like he's got lots of intramuscular fat and lots of good marbling. I don't know if that bear is just fresh enough in terms of where he sits and how he puts together his pieces, but a really deep-bodied, sound-structured kind of bear right there. Young man has one that's very interesting in my opinion. He's long-necked, he's hard-shaped, he's fresh back. I don't know if that hog just has enough right there in the center of his rib cage, and as he works a little less pliable down there, I don't know if there's enough, and then he'll rise in his spine just a touch. Young lady with the louder marked one is going to be in fourth in this particular class. I think from the side that bear can give you a nice look, and I like his density, I like his feature. I think as he starts to drive, he'll pitch forward his shoulder, and then he'll start to circle and spin as you get in behind him. Young lady that closes, well, that's a long body Berkshire that's really got great extension. I think as you start to get in behind him, he'll bring his rear foot in and just not be as genuine as those in front of him. A nice class, a nice way to round out our Berkshire division. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors, please.
First in class went to Brock Nissen. Second, Messina Nembakau. Third went to Brayden Erickson, fourth to Aubrey Erickson, and fifth to Madison Sinsky. We're moving into the purebred Durocs. First out is Noah Thompson, 228-pound arrow. And incidentally, our weight range is 145 to 260. He doesn't know what to do with all this space. All right, here we go. Tanner Nelson's coming out with the 152-pound Duroc. There we go. Next out is Zoe Hall with a barrel weighing 240 pounds. Next is Bryn Erickson, and that barrel's weighing 145. So that's our lightest one. I think we have one more. I think they're going to get it. So we do have one more Duroc. Just a reminder that our mini donut stand over here is open, and they have hot mini donuts, lots of different flavors. So if you haven't had breakfast or you're ready for that mid-morning snack, that would be a good treat. Loaded with calories, of course, but who cares? Here we go. Takes a little while to get these pigs moving out of their pens. They are pretty comfortable. It's a beautiful, beautiful day. So here we go. All right, completing this class is Messina Mandacao, and this barrel is weighing 260 pounds. So we go from 145, our young lady out here, probably first time shower, to this one that just came in the ring at 260. If you're looking in your program, we have the purebred spots next, and then we have the purebred all other breeds, which is class 11. We've got a York, Chester White, and a Hampshire in that class.
really nice class of Durocs, and I certainly think that there's a lot of quality represented out here within our Duroc breed. And a young man that is fighting a good fight over there with his brand that's got a little bit of an attitude issue this morning is going to be your class winner and champion Duroc. Bold, stout, wide, square-chested, and still big-backed. And I like that about him. I think he's short-backed. I think he's hard in terms of his shape. I love the shape to his upper rib cage. Extremely, extremely good. And yet he still manages it with flexibility. Young lady that come here to us a little later is going to be in second in this particular class. I think that from a dimension and product perspective, that particular hog's extremely, extremely good. He's wide in his chest, he's big and bold in his hip, and actually relative to what our class winner is, he's got a shot more natural elevation and a shot more just in terms of length and extension. I don't read him just as sharp in terms of the shape to his upper back. I don't read him as aggressive in the spread that he has up high, but a very, very nice bear to be there in second. Young man comes to us in third, and boy, that punk from the side has some very interesting pieces. Elevated, hard-shaped, and very good from a length of stride standpoint. In my opinion, that particular bear will bring his rear feet in just a little bit as he goes away. I need to see him square and more genuine as he goes directly away. Our second-year showman, as she informed me, with her bear Daryl, is going to be in fourth in this particular class, and her and Daryl make a very, very nice pair. I think that that particular hog is good from a shape perspective, he's good from a composition perspective, and he's really lean. He probably doesn't have just enough spread at this stage in the game, and then he'll start to get a little wide in where he sets his rear feet as he goes away. Young lady doing an awesome job with a really, really nice structured, long striding kind of Duroc hog. That one doesn't have enough shape and muscle for me personally, but a nice bear to close out our class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as they exit, please.
Winning that class is Noah Thompson. Second was Messina Manikow. Third went to Tanner Nelson. Fourth went to Brent Erickson. Fifth went to Zoe Hall. That was our Durocs. Next in will be a purebred Spots. And our weight range there is 170 to 266. Coming out first is Trace Michelson. This barrel is weighing 266 pounds. Next is Tanner Nelson, barrel weighing 170 pounds. Next out is Gavin Tushaw, barrel weighing 200 pounds even. Next out is Thomas Frecking, barrel weighing 230 pounds. Let's put our hands together for our spotted purebreds, please. Just 4 pounds short of 100 pounds difference from lightest to heaviest.
good class. The spot bear is out here, and at no point was I not starting with the young man there headed to the center of the ring. That bear is dense, he's bold, he's wide, he's square. He's still got a great shape to his upper rib, and I think that bear easily epitomizes the muscularity and just the body and product that I'm after. Young man that's going to be in second, I think, has one that really probably has a more genuine shape to his upper rib cage. He's a touch more elevated in his natural presence. I don't know if that hog's just got enough right there in his forerib, and I don't know if he packs enough punch right there out of the back of his blade. For me personally, but boy, I think that hog's square. I think he's genuine, and I think he's got a really neat look from the side. Young man here has the most interesting one to be in third because relative to his frame size and his proportions, he's extra stout in his bone work, and I think he's got a really neat head carriage. And I like those things about him. At the same time, when you start to work into his hip, he doesn't have enough spread to his rear foot. He doesn't have enough spread in terms of where he sets down behind for me to personally work him on up in this class. Big, bold, stout, describe the young man's bear that's going to close. I think that hog's really good from a width of blade perspective, and I think that's very, very neat. At the same time, he probably doesn't just have enough freshness built into him. He doesn't have enough expression to his muscularity, but a nice hog to be there in the fourth hole. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors, please.
First in that class went to Thomas Fricking, second to Gavin Tusha, third to Tanner Nelson, fourth to Trace Michelson. Going into our next class, we have 4 in that entries in there. We have 2 Yorks, I believe, a Chester and a Ham. And here we go. First out is Zoe Hall, the Chester, weighing 202 pounds. Next we have Will Frecking, and that barrel's weighing 230 pounds. And that's the one that's not on your program. It came from class 16. Next out is Talon Holmes with the York, weighing 260. Completing the class is Bryn Anderson with a Hampshire, weighing 236 pounds. Let's put our hands together for our all other breeds, please. And we referenced the ears set earlier between the Polands and the Berks. The same is true of the Chester Whites and the Yorks. The Chester White has the lower ear setting. The Yorkshires have the more upright ear setting. So that's how we differentiate the breeds. And the breeders would say there's difference in conformation, but for us ringside, it's easier to look at the ears to see what breed they are.
Well, I think this pair is very, very nice and very close in my personal opinion. I opted to use the young lady's Hampshire Barrett to win this particular class because I think that hog, despite being a touch Hampshire throated, I think is really good in terms of his width of chest, the squareness that he has as he comes at you, and then as he goes away, he's very square, and his hip and his hock and still uses it well. I like his length of body, and I like it from a proportion standpoint extremely well. That's taking nothing away from the young man's Yorkshire Barrett, because boy, I think that one is just a touch longer in his stride, just a touch more athletic in terms of where he sets his skeleton and how he uses his reach and skeleton. I don't know the body quite as well. He gets a little longer right there in his rib, and he gets just a little bit longer from a perspective of length of body. Boy, he is moderate, he's stout, he's good in his shape, and he's really flexible, and I like those things extremely well. Young man's gonna be 3, and boy, I think that one is very tall-fronted. I think he's extra elevated, he's got a great shape, and I like those things about him. When that elevation starts to come at the cost of him being more upright right to his hip as you got him behind him. Young lady's Chester comes, and boy, that one's actually better in terms of the shape to his upper back, and he's got a bigger groove down the center of his back, and I like that about him. He probably gets a little lower fronted in my personal opinion, and just a little bit more uncoordinated in his skeleton, but boy, that's a really good shape up high. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors, please.
First in class went to Bryn Anderson, second went to Will Fricking, third to Talon Holmes, and if I'm pronouncing that wrong, please let me know. And then fourth went to Zoe Hall. At this point, we'll be picking our champion and reserve champion purebred barrel. We'll be bringing up 1 and 2 from each of the classes. So starting with class 8, the Berkshires. We have, whoops, I better put a weight on that one. This is Brock Nissen. And Brock's weighed in at 236. Then we have our Duroc, shown by Noah Thompson. That Duroc weighs 228. Then from class 10, we have Thomas Fricking, the barrel weighing 230 pounds. And from our last class, we have Bryn Anderson's barrel, Hampshire barrel, weighing 236 pounds. Pretty tight on weights there. All right, let's put our hands together for our purebred market barrels.
Well, in my opinion, there's an absolutely outstanding set of purebred barrels out here that I think can run at the highest level and really be competitive in terms of what they have to put together on down the road. I think that there's quite a few that I like, and there's a couple of them that I think rise to the top. There's one that hit me extremely well as he come out of breed, or his particular class. I love his proportions, I love his length of body, and I still think that he's just flexible enough for me personally, and ladies Hampshire Barrett being champion purebred.
Champion Bryn Anderson from class 11. Let's send her out with a nice round of applause as she takes her barrel out to get pictures. Bryn Anderson, champion 2020.
We dropped that reserve or second place Yorkshire back in, and I've talked to him in class. Muscle shape, muscularity, and flexibility epitomize that particular hog. He's a little long-bodied for my taste, but as he continues to grow up, I think that'll be an extremely fun one. Just to talk about a couple others that I think are in contention. The Red Barrett, really square, really stout, really opened up. Love his length of body. I love his shape to his rib. He probably gets a little bit unsure of where he's setting behind and how he handles his stifle. Young man's Berkshire, I think, has a very neat look, and he's still genuine in terms of his skeleton. He's not probably the sharpest in his shape and in his turn up high. And then the young man brings us a spot that's so wide-chested, so square-chested, yet still has the right kind of feature, the right kind of proportions. He's my second favorite.
Thomas Fricking is reserve champion. Let's send him out with a nice round of applause, please. Put our hands together for our purebred barrels, please. as we clear the pen with our purebred barrels and so forth, we're going to take one of those morning breaks for about 5 minutes for various reasons. Paul, you don't want to laugh too much over there. All right, here we go. We're starting with our lightweight market barrels. In class 12, they go from 174 to 180. Coming out first in class is Ryan Beaver with the barrel weighing 184. Next, we have Dominic Bartry, barrel weighing 187. Next out is Bryn Anderson with the barrel weighing 176. Next out is Tanner Nelson, barrel weighing 182. All right, we have Messina Mandakaus. This is the heavy weight in the class at 188. Next is Zach Bartfried with the lightest one at 174. Next out is Kaylee Nelson, barrel weighing 178. So once again, we go from 174 to 188 in this class. Let's put our hands together for our first class of lightweight barrels, please. Finish your cell phone so you can figure out this 5% quickly.
Really nice class of crossbred bears to start our crossbred bear division, and the young man's all black pig is going to be your class winner here. Boy, he is long striding, he's athletic, and he's comfortable. I love his range of motion, I love his reach, and then you get off either end of his skeleton, and I still think he's square in what he brings to the table. I think that's a very nice bear to go ahead and start this particular class. The young man that's going to be in second brings us one that's actually a shot more elevated in his look. He's a shot more elevated in terms of what he brings to the table, and I like that about him. At the same time, that kind of presence and that kind of natural tall-frontedness actually starts to rock his shoulder forward just a little bit. I'd make him just a hair wider as he comes and goes, but boy, that's a very elite look from the side. The young man that comes next in this particular class brings us one that I actually think steps in and has a shot more in terms of rib shape, in terms of spread to his upper back, and I like his proportions really good. I don't know if he's just as unique in terms of the way he's put together. He's a little softer body, but he's also just a little quicker in his step behind, and he'll start to roll there just ever so slightly. The young man that comes next brings us one that really has a nice dimension. I think he's really got a nice shape to his body, and that's very, very good. I tell you what, this one walked in, and I was like, boy, this is interesting because he's short back, He's heart-shaped and he's very stout and very wide. Relative to his weight, I'm a little concerned about where his maturity will take him and where he'll end up from those regards. But boy, at this stage, he's stout and wide. Young lady comes out next, and I think that from the side, length and extension are really good on that hog. He takes a long stride. He'll get it as he goes away, just a little bit narrower, right there in the seat of his pants, and I wish he was a little different there. And then the young lady that closes this particular class, deep-sided, just gets a little flat-bodied, a little plainer shape. Really nice class and a really good way to start our Crossbred Barrow division. Let's give all those exhibitors a round of applause, please.
First in that class went to Tanner Nelson, second to Zachary Bartfried, third went to Dominic Bartfried, fourth went to Ryan Beaver, fifth went to Kaylee Nelson, and sixth went to Messina Mendikow. Coming out in class 13, first out, and by the way, our weight difference there is 190 to 200. First out is Madison Sinsky, barrel weighing 198. Next is Alana Frecking, barrel weighing 192. Next out is Will Feiner, barrel weighing 200. Next out is Noah Thompson, barrel weighing 192. Next is Braden Erickson, barrel weighing 190. This is our lightest one in class. Next is Megan Benson, 200-pound barrel. That's our heavy end. She has elected to move her second 200-pound barrel into the next class. Then we have Bryn Anderson from the previous class. We got it in the wrong class accidentally. It weighs 192 pounds. Let's put our hands together for our second class of lightweight market barrels, please. As our judges work in this class, I'm going to become the money solicitor. As you're quite aware of, they have not been charging at the gate at the fairgrounds. They have not got entertainment to draw funds from. So there's this box over here on the table, has a green sign on it. If you'd like to contribute towards the Jackson County Fair, they would be much appreciative of that. That will go towards paying for things that they have to pay for all year long. Also, another thought is the anonymous donors that donated for the exhibitors have food vouchers. They will also take donations to continue the support of our exhibitors and our food donors, or food vendors here at the fair. So, two possibilities if you'd like to donate towards the fair and the vouchers, food vouchers for our youth exhibitors. Back here is for the fair, and for the vouchers is in the office there.
Boy, these berries are fun, and boy, I think they're very, very good in what they have to offer, and I think that this top pair is very different in terms of what they bring to the table. My personal favorite, young man's right here in front of me. I think he's square in his chest. I think he's genuine in his width. He's the sharpest in terms of the way he's put together from the side. I love his natural head carriage, his freshness of back, and then that ability to still have muscularity as he goes away and still flex and blend his pieces proportionally together. I think it's so impressive. At the same time, I think when you step in behind him, he's a lot. And where he sits in his stifle will be the ultimate question on how that bear ends up and where he ends and how you feed him. I think he's got enough in the seat of his pants. You can rein back just a little bit and get him where you need to go. But boy, I think that hog is very, very interesting from the side. Dense, huge arm, huge back, and very, very good from a shape perspective and very good from a pin set and just bolt perspective. Describe the calico bear that comes next, because I think that hog is very neat in his proportions and very good from those regards. At the same time, as he starts to get out here, he starts to get a little quicker in his stride, and I think he's actually relatively squarer in his hop than the one that ends up in front of him. But at the same time, he's not just as coordinated in how he gets out of his rear skeleton. Very nice pig, love his density and love his proportions. Young man drives an absolute, the wheels off this one. And boy, his head's up, his head carriage is neat, and that portrays a very, very nice presence from the side. I think that hog's the best in his shape up high. At the same time, he doesn't quite match it right there at the base of his body, and I wish he was just a little bit different in how he traveled behind. But boy, a nice bear to be there. Young lady brings us the one that's going to be in 4 in this particular class, and he comes in and probably gives us a shot more lower rib and a shot more rib cage. And I like his shape as well. He's the lower fronted option, in my personal opinion, that doesn't get out here and just portray the balance and proportions that I'm after. Young lady's red belted one, boy, I think that one from the side has a very, very valuable look in terms of being good build and neat. He gets a little bit shorter right there in his face, and then as you get behind him, he just wants to close up and not become as genuine in what he's put together like. The next two out, I think, are certainly hogs that have muscularity in terms of shape. They probably need a touch more spread, and then the young ladies that closes, boy, I think that one's really hard shaped, just gets a little awkward in how he's put together. Very, very nice class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as we get ready for the third class in this division.
First in that class went to Braden Erickson. Second went to, see, I gotta get that right. Bryn Anderson. Yep, that's right. Bryn Anderson. Third to Noah Thompson. Fourth to Willow Thiner. Fifth to Madison Sinsky. Sixth to Megan Benson. And seventh to Alana Frecking. Coming out in the next class, and we start at 200 and go up to $210, so just 10 pounds. First out was Trace Michelson. That barrel is weighing so Trace's was weighing in, that was the heavy one in the class of 210. Then Carson Snickloff, the young lady with the blue rump here, or blue roan, is a 2808. Peyton Benda just came in. That barrel is weighing 204. Kaylee Cope is entering the ring at 208. Next is Megan, is that right? Megan Benson from she moved her pig, and it's 200 pounds from the previous class. Next out is Reese Anderson with 208-pound barrel. Next out is Grace Benson, 204-pound barrel. Then we have This is Kai Anderson with the lightest weight barrel at 202. So next out is Aubrey Tiedemann with a 210-pound barrel. So again, that's on the heaviest end. So 200 to 210. That completes our class. Let's put our hands together for our lightweight, the last class of lightweight barrels. While we're working this class, it's only appropriate that we probably show some appreciation for the superintendents of our show. Jeremy Michelson, the young man with the burgundy shirt and cap over here by the scale, is one of our people. Dale Schultz, who works the gate for exiting the animals, is another person. Jim Nassett is over there working the gates, along with Paul Rencher. Both of those are on the superintendents. Then we have Chris and Lynette. Chris is right here in the blue shirt, and his better half, Lynette, is, oh man, I just saw her. Way over, there she is, she's waving her hand. Let's put our hands together to thank our show superintendents, please. If our daughter Teresa was here, she'd look out in the ring and she'd say, "This is girl power."
Well, I think these top two are very, very close and very interesting in my personal opinion. And I think that as you start to study what they represent, there's a lot of differences in them, and there's a lot of different things that you can kind of tie to in terms of what you have. And I switched the pair many, many times as I was out here, and I ended up just using the young ladies to my left, I guess, to the far left, to be your class winner here. Well, I think that one has huge feet, huge legs, a very, very good turn to his upper back, and I think that that particular hog is so bold in terms of his upper skeleton, the shape to his rib, and as you get in behind him, the expression and muscularity he brings to the table, I think are very, very impressive. I'll be the first to admit, he probably needs a shot more fill to his lower rib and just a shot more spread to his body, but I think that's intentional because the more moderate bear probably can't handle just an extra shot of body there. And so I think that hog's interesting. I think he'll start to roll just a little on his rear foot if you start to get extra critical. Young lady's blue bear comes in, he's everything that bear is not. Tall, pretty, elevated, so much better in terms of his natural elevation to his skeleton. I like where his maturity sits from a frame size perspective. I wish that he was just a little neater right there in his head and the shape to his head. And then I think as he goes away, he'll bring his rear foot in just a little bit. But boy, that one's the deeper sided, softer ribbed bear that absolutely has a very striking presence from the side. I think that's an interesting kind of hog and a great pair that I thought was really, really fun to debate in my opinion. Pliability, shape, and muscularity are absolutely not things the bear in third lacks, because I think that one's good in those regards. Relative to what he packs from a muscularity perspective up high, he gets a little flat on his front feet, and then he'll start to get a little bit frailer there in his hind leg. Really wide-chested, really stout-muscled, and really stout. Describe the bear that comes next is you start to study his skeleton, where he sits in his stifle and how he sits and it handles his hop become the issue that relegate him to fourth. Young man brings us the one that's going to be in fifth in this class. Boy, he's basic, and boy, he's good in terms of his design, and I like those things about that particular hog. At the same time, I don't know if that particular bear just has enough shape as you work out the back of his shoulder into the front of his loin, and then as he goes away, he starts to step just a little wider than what I deem ideal. The young lady that comes next brings us the one that I think certainly is good from a composition standpoint. He's really good from just a squareness of back standpoint. He's a little lower headed and a little bit just off in terms of where he sets his rear foot and his hop and how that assembly sits in him from behind. Young lady brings us the blue blanketed, blue belted kind of bear, up-headed and got a neat look. There's not just enough security built into his skeleton, and I wish he had a shot more as he went away. Young lady's red belted one comes next. Really good squareness of shape, really good just turn to his upper back and skeleton. I think that hog will narrow up just a little bit right there in his rear foot, and the bear that closes. Really good elevated, really good in terms of length and extension, too hard in his rib. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors, please, as they exit.
In that class, first went to Peyton Benda, second to Carson Snickloff, third to Reese Anderson, fourth went to Kai Anderson, fifth went to Trace Michelson, sixth went to Kaylee Colt, seventh went to Grace Benson, eighth went to Aubrey Tetherman, and ninth went to Megan Benson, the one from the previous class. What we're doing now is we're bringing out the class champions from each of the lightweight divisions. Tanner Nelson was the first out in the ring with the Black Pig, weighing in at 182 pounds. From class 13, we have Braden Erickson, sorry Braden, and that barrel weighs 190 pounds. And from the last class, we have Peyton Benda, and that barrel's weighing in at 204 pounds. Let's put our hands together for our lightweight market barrels, please.
The lightweight division has certainly been a lot of fun in my opinion, and we get out here and I'm really impressed with what we've run out in terms of each class and the quality that's represented in this particular ring. Young man won the first class, that all black Barrett is really good from a skeleton standpoint and athleticism standpoint. Love his range of motion. I wish he had a shot more coming at you, shot more going away. Young man who won the second class, well, I think that hunk has a neat presence and a really good shape to his upper back. I love his freshness. As he gets back out here, probably relative to another pair or at least another Barrett, he doesn't have as much in terms of feature, and then he'll start to get a little quicker in how he sets down on his rear leg and his hind skeleton just a little bit. Then a young lady that won the third class, boy, that one is big shape, big muscled, and got the extras in terms of feature and just the extras in terms of what I like to tie to. That young lady will be your champion lightweight.
Champion goes to Peyton Benda. Let's give her a nice round of applause as she takes her champion lightweight barrel out. Once again, the first and second and these different divisions will be coming back for the overall barrel competition. Coming out now is the second place barrel from that class. That was Carson Nicholas. That barrel is weighing 208 pounds.
We dropped that second out, and I certainly thought it was close in class. Probably the toughest decision I've made yet to this point. I thought those barrels contrast with very high quality in their own right. That's my second favorite. Should be a reserve.
So Carson Nicholas is reserve champion market barrel. All right, put all your hands together. Let's send them out with a nice round of applause. Our lightweight barrels for 2020. We'll be moving into the middleweight market barrels. Isn't this refreshing to not have to line up a state fair lineup after every division? Yeah, that always got to be such a circus. So we're moving right into the middleweights, and we'll be starting with two barrels weighing 215 to 225, so 10 pounds difference from lightest to heaviest. First out is Ryan Bieber, barrel weighing 222 pounds. Next out is Tanner Nelson, barrel weighing 224 pounds. Next out, Grant Frecking, barrel weighing 216 pounds. Next out is Dominic Bartfried, barrel weighing 225 pounds. Once again, weight spread is 215 to 225. They're being bashful. We have Jordan Snigloff. Is this a 215 or 222? I'm not sure. It's Carson showing one of Jordan Snigloff's. Okay, Jordan is showing the 222. Carson with the dark shirt is showing the 215. Next out is Will Frecking, with the barrel weighing 218. Next is Kate Frecking, barrel weighing 224. And that completes the class. Let's put our hands together for the first class of middleweight market barrels, please. First class. We don't give ribbons out this year. We're just giving applause out. So make sure you put them together when we get a chance. Or give them a nice pat on the back. Whoops, that's social distancing anyhow. Maybe a knuckle or elbow shake, whatever. Make sure you encourage these youngsters that are out here exhibiting. They put a lot of work in, and they've got some unusual circumstances this year in terms of showing at local and state levels. I think our judge should have brought his judging team along. This would have been quite a class. It'd be interesting to see what they talk for reasons.
To a camper.
Boy, I really think this class is interesting, and these top four are very fun in my opinion because they're different in what they have to offer, and they're very, very fun to describe in my opinion. And the young man's blue blanketed hog is going to be your class winner right here because I think coming at you, he's as square and genuine as you can make one. as you get him from the side, he actually transitions very, very smooth and very, very comfortable. I love his length of stride. I love his athleticism. I love his reach and range of motion. Then as he goes away, when that young man's on him, he's got the great expression and the great kind of muscularity in his hip and how he goes away there, I think is very, very impressive. Now, if you can prop one up and just paint a picture of what one needs to look like from the side, this blue bear gets dang close, because I think this bear is very, very good from an elevation standpoint. I love the way he runs straight uphill and still has a shot of feature to match it. I think that's a very neat bear that's got great shape and really, really good things about it. In my personal opinion, he'll get a little more upright in his shoulder blade. He'll get a little bit more uncoordinated in how he hits the ground. But boy, I think that hog has genuine width. I think that hog has squareness built into his skeleton and a really, really neat look from the side. I thought it was close between 3 and 4. Among them, I thought that 3, the bear that I'm going to use for 3 is a little taller fronted, and he's a little bit more realistic in how his head shape matches his body mass. I think that bear's pliability is very, very good. I don't know if I get in behind him, if I just read him secure enough and where his stifle sits and how he goes behind, and I can make him just a touch bigger in his rear leg to get him higher up in class. Young man at 4, I think certainly big legs, huge hind leg built into him, and I like that about him. I think that hog's really good from just a density of bone perspective. I think I probably struggle to get his pieces. He probably has some of the furthest reaching pieces, but he probably doesn't blend it together just perfectly enough for me. He's a little bit longer in his head right there. Doesn't quite match the shape to his rib. But boy, I think that hog is very good from just a density perspective, and I like the extra just power that he packs into his skeleton. Very nice 4th place bear there. Young man that comes out here in 5th, I think, is wide-chested. He's bold-made, and he's really good from just a rib spread perspective. Get in behind him, and that's where I start to question whether he's just genuine enough as he starts to stab out of his skeleton just a little bit. Young man's all, I guess, predominantly black bear comes next. And I actually think this hog's very interesting. Long neck, and he's got a very neat look, and he actually maintains his squareness just a little bit better. But when you make him that long, it's hard to keep things tight. He gets easier in his spine, easier in his, right out the back of his shoulder, and I wish he was a little different there. Young man's all black one comes, and boy, I think that one really has a basic design and a basic look to it. I think that all gets a little plain right there in the seat of his pants and just a little plainer from behind. And then the young man's that close, big legs, and the young man does such an awesome job presenting and driving that bear as he has all day. I just don't think that bear stays genuine enough to the base of his skeleton. It gets a little harder right there in his rib, but boy, I think there's interesting pieces. A great class, phenomenal set of 8. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors, please.
First of that class went to Kate Fricky. 2nd went to George Snickloff with a 222-pound barrow. 3rd went to George Snickloff, being shown by Carson Snickloff, the 215-pound barrow. 4th went to Will Fricky. 5th went to Dominic Barkfried. 6th to Ryan Beaver. 7th went to Grant Frecking. 8th went to Tanner Nelson. That's our first class of market middleweight. Coming in is class 16, and we have Will Fricking, a little scratch in that class. He showed it earlier in the purebreds. So first out is Kaylee Koch with a 234-pound barrow. We go from 228 to 237, 9 pounds difference in weight difference here. Next was Alana Frecking, 230-pound barrow, the sandy-colored one. Next we have Jake Rasmussen with the lightweight one, or lightest one in class at 228. Next out is George Snickloff with a 234-pound barrow. Oops, that was Bryn Anderson, sorry, with the 237. That's the heavy one, heaviest one. Now we have George Snickloff with a sandy-colored barrow, weighing 234 pounds. Next we've got Aubrey Erickson's with a 232-pound barrow. Okay, we have I believe that completes the class. Let's put our hands together for our middle class of middleweight barrels, please. And once again, Will Fricking moved his barrel up to the purebred barrel class.
Boy, if I said this wasn't hard, I'd be lying, because I think that this particular county fair is absolutely amongst one of the elite calibers I've ever been a part of. And honestly, I struggle because putting a kid last, it hurts a little bit to me because there's good pigs and they're working hard, and you just got to do it in this particular situation. Young lady's going to win this particular class right here. And boy, from the side, I think that bear is very interesting. I think that bear is fresh. I think he's youthful. I think he's elite in terms of his presence. He's elite in terms of his proportionality. And I like his skeleton really, really, really good. Relative to the one that's second, he comes at you squarer and wider in his chest. I think where I'd be critical of him is as he goes right away, he'll start to get just a little plainer right there in the seat of his pants, start to bring his rear foot in just a little bit. But boy, that's awful critical of what I think is very, very good. Young lady's going to be in second in this particular class, and he steps into a completely different mold than what our class winner set, and I'm okay with that because I think that's a big shape, that's a broad view, that's a very good rib design and a very good rib cage laid into one. I love his density of feature, and I love his squareness as he goes away. When he comes right at me, I wish he was just a little truer right there in his knee, and I wish he stayed just a little wider as he went away, but boy, that pair has some very, very interesting pieces. Young lady's little black one's going to come next in this particular class, and I think that relative to his size and frame size, that home's interesting because he's wide-chested. I love the width of body he has. I love the shape he has up high. He needs a shot more feature, and as he goes away, he'll start to roll out in his rear joint just a little bit. I wish that was a little bit truer and more correct. Young man brings us one that's well-filled, well-fed, awesome job in terms of skin and hair and presentation. So good on that particular hog. I like his depth of rib. I like his pliability. I think as he comes right at you, he's the most disappointing of the top 4 in terms of where he sets his genuine skeleton. As he goes away, I need him to just be a little touch truer in terms of where he sets that. Young lady is going to be in 5th in this particular class, and boy, I think that hog has some very interesting pieces. Huge feet, huge legs, and just a very, very unique kind of build in terms of that kind of density, yet long and not coarse. I think is very, very good. He gets a little harder in his body and just a little bit flatter in terms of his dimension, but a very, very good hog to be there in 5th. 6th, I think is a nice hog in terms of dimension and depth of rib. I wish he was a little more aggressive in his shape, a little truer in how he sat behind. Very, very nice class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors, please.
First in that class went to George Snigloff, second to Aubrey Erickson, third went to Brenda Anderson, fourth to Jake Rasmussen, fifth to Kaylee Cope, and sixth to Alana Frecky. In this class, they range from 238 to 241. First out was Noah Thompson. Noah was barrels weighing 240. Second out was Cade Frecky, barrel weighing 240 pounds. He's a gentleman with a black shirt. Our young lady there, number 23, is Olivia Ackerman, barrel weighing 241 pounds. Our tall gentleman there is Isaac Einen. That barrel weighs 238 pounds. The gentleman who just came in the ring is Thomas Mickey. His barrel is weighing 238 pounds. 3 pounds from lightest to heaviest in this class, 3 pounds. Completing the class is Carson Snickloff with a barrel weighing 238 pounds. All right, let's put our hands together for the last class of middleweights, please.
Well, I'll be honest, I would make a very miserable poker player because I do not hide my emotions well. I don't hide my thoughts very well. I like this bear quite a bit. I think he's very good proportion. He's very good build. He's comfortable. He's athletic. He's square. He's got a great rib cage laid in him. I love his proportions. I'm pretty fond of that particular pig. Young lady's right here is going to be in second. I thought 2 and 3 were close in this particular class. Young lady's going to be second. Ditch back. I think actually relative to an advantage in look and freshness, I think that bear actually comes and goes with a touch more in terms of width and expression, and I think that hog is elevated. I think he's natural in his presence, and I think that he's just a little bit better in terms of where he sets right there as he comes at you. Now the young man is actually older in his upper forerib. He's more opened up out the back of his blade, and he's got a shot more in terms of width and spread to his upper skeleton. That actually starts to work as a concern is when he comes at you, he'll close in his chest just a little bit. As he goes away, he starts to wither into his rear foot just a little bit. Very interesting pig here in 4. The young man's, boy, that one's short back. Boy, that one's got a lot of spread. And that one's got an unbelievable just proportion in terms of being that wide and that stout. I think relative to what he's packing, I need him to be a little fresher in what he has. He's not quite at 12 o'clock, probably just an ounce past, but a very, very nice bear. Hard shape, when really ditch back, describe this kind of hog. It's going to be in 5th. I think that particular bear doesn't get coordinated enough out of his rear skeleton for me to work him on up, but very, very good. This young lady's doing an absolutely phenomenal job out here. Really, really good job of showing her pig. I think that one has some just basics covered in terms of body, in terms of just some shape and some spread. I don't know if that hog's just sharp enough in terms of what he puts together. I wish he was just a little bit more coordinated in how he got out of his honk and his rear joint. Very, very nice class. Excited to work through your champion Division 2 bear.
Let's put our hands together for that class, please. First in that class went to Thomas Frecking, second to Carson Snickloff, third to Cade Frecking-Lou, fourth to Noah Thompson, fifth to Isaac Einen, sixth to Olivia Ackerman. All right, we are at the conclusion of our middleweight barrels. So we will be now bringing out the first and second from each of the classes. So first out at 224 pounds is Cade Frickings, Blue Rum from class 15. Next out is George Snickloff's barrel from class 16, weighing 234 pounds. That's a sandy colored barrel. And from class 17, Thomas Frecking's barrel weighing 238 pounds. Let's put our hands together for our middleweight barrels, please. Middleweight barrels.
Awesome, awesome set of middleweight barrels. It's been deep, it's been fun. I do think that there's a lot of quality represented out here, and I'm very, very pleased with what we've got rocking in terms of what we have from class winners' perspectives. I said it before, I don't hide my emotions well. There's one I like pretty good. Young man that won the last class, every champion.
Champion goes to Thomas Frecking from class 17. Let's send Thomas out with a nice round of applause, please, while we bring in the second from that class, please. Second animal coming in goes to Carson Snickloff, and that barrel's weighing in at 238 pounds.
Well, we dropped that second in class out, and I thought it was fun to evaluate him and to think about where he fit and where he fit in, and just to kind of talk about it one more time. These three, I think, are very good pigs. Like, I mean, if I'm taking these things to the county fair, I'm pretty pumped because I think we've got a great set of them. Young man that won the first class in the division, boy, that bear is really neat in terms of the shape to his rib, and then to be that good and athletic still that stout behind, I thought was a very, very neat way to put that bear together. I think he's got a great proportion and a very, very nice look. Young lady that won the second class, boy, that one's extended, and you talk about building him from the side. That hog is extremely, extremely good in terms of his lines, his proportions, and his angles, and he has such a fresh look. I want to make him a little different as he goes directly away and just maybe kind of harden up the seat of his pants and just change where he sits in his rear foot, and I think we could really roll with him. Young lady that was second behind our eventual champion, well, I thought that hog had a very nice skeleton. I love his range of motion. I like his look, and I like what he puts together from a shape perspective. I don't really just can comfortably say he's got an overwhelming spread out of the back of his shoulder and his upper rib cage, but boy, I think that's a very good big pig. He'll be my second favorite. Let's congratulate that young lady, please.
Reserve champion goes to Carson Snickloff from class 17. That barrel weighed 238 pounds. Let's send our middleweights out with a nice last round of applause, please. Okay, we'll be moving into our heavyweight classes to class 18, so you get to turn the page there. Incidentally, our heaviest barrel this year is not 300 pounds, it's only 294 pounds. That might be if we haven't had a 300-pound barrel. Okay, coming out first in this class, and it starts at 244, and that's Trace Michelson's there. And we go up to 255. So we have 11-pound spread there. So Trace is weighing 244. Next out is Aubrey Erickson with a 250-pound barrel. Next out is Caden Tushaw. And 255 pounds. Thank you. That would take, I think McCorkle, Jocelyn McCorkle, that's supposed to be Caden there. All right, next out is Sophie Lovell, barrel weighing 249 pounds. Next out is Jocelyn McCorkle with a 249-pound barrel. She's listed twice. Next is Olivia Ackerman with a barrel weighing 246 pounds. Next out is Parker Benda with his 246-pound sandy-colored barrel. Next we have Isaac Einen, 248-pound barrel, also sandy colored. And we have Thomas Fricking. Thomas Fricking's weighing at 240. So we have a weight spread there of 15 pounds in this class, 240 to 255. a correction in your program. Jocelyn does have 2 in this class. Cade Tusha was showing for him. So that's Cade Tusha right here, the young man with the black shirt on. He is showing one of Jocelyn McCorkle's 250-pound barrel.
Boy, the classes just keep coming, and they are phenomenal in terms of the depth and the quality that we have. At no point was I not starting with the young man right here, driving to my right. I think that one's loose skeleton. He's athletic. He's very, very good in his proportions. I love what that hog represents from just a looseness of skeleton perspective, and I like what he represents just from a quality animal kind of perspective, and I think that's very, very good. Like that pig a good deal. Young man or young lady's going to be in second here. She comes in and got a shot more feature to her forearm. Love the shape, love the turn, and I think that particular hog's got a lot of muscle built into him. I think as he goes away, he's not as comfortable in his hock. He's not as loose in how he handles his rear joint, and I don't think he's just as long and level in his hip. But boy, I think that hog's very, very good and interesting in his own right. The young man brings us this sandy-colored one, and I think from the side, you can start to think big dreams with that kind of pig, because I think he's really neat looking. He's really, really good in his presence, and I love that barrow from just a build and angle standpoint. Study his front foot and his front bone. There's not quite enough there to match what he has from a body perspective. As he goes directly away, I think he needs to be just a touch stouter in terms of his hip, but a very, very nice barrow to be there in third. 4 comes out, and he actually steps in and has a shot more in terms of feature, in terms of front leg, and in rear density. I don't think he's as comfortable in how he handles his rear skeleton. I don't think he's as comfortable in how he gets out of his hock and how he goes out and travels, in my opinion. Young lady brings this one that I thought really she did an awesome job with that particular barrow. And I thought she did such a good job of presenting him. I think that hog is good from just a shape and freshness perspective. I like those things about him. I think as he starts to go away, he's not quite as secure right there where his stifle sits. how his rear hip foot hits the ground, but a nice bear in his own right. Young lady brings this one. It's so deep and so pliable in his rib. Love that softness, and I like what that means from just a production standpoint. But I don't know if that hog just has enough in terms of look. I don't know if he counters that extra body with just a shot of muscle, and then he'll start to roll out just a little bit right there on his rear foot. I thought the next three that come out were good, and they probably covered one of the basics, but didn't do it in quite the combination I wanted. This one's long and extended, just gets a little easy in his handling. Young man's that comes next, I thought is good in terms of, that blue hog is good in terms of being just a productive kind of market pig that really is showing the basics. He gets a little high in his spine at times, and then the young ladies that closes, I think that hog's really deep and really soft rib, needs more muscle to counter that extra finish. Really nice class. We'll keep rolling through them. Let's congratulate those exhibitors, please.
First in that class went to Thomas Bricking, second to Aubrey Erickson, third went to Isaac Einen, fourth to Parker Benda, fifth to Olivia Ackerman, sixth went to Sophie Lovell, seventh went to Trace Michelson, eighth went to Jocelyn McCorkle, ninth went to Jocelyn McCorkle. The eighth one was being showed by Caden Tusha. That was our first class of heavyweights. Moving into class 19, we start at 266 and we go up to 274, so 8 pounds there. First out was Brian Nissen with 268-pound barrel. The second one out was Kate Recanu with 270-pound barrel. Next out is Hayden Zinsky with a barrel weighing 274 pounds. Next coming out is Peyton Benda with a 268-pound barrel. Next we have Tom McDonald barrel. This is on the heavy end, the 274-pound barrel. So we've got the two heavies out here at 274 pounds. Next we have Daniel Staples with the lightest in the class at 266. That completes our class. Let's put our hands together for our middleweight, heavyweight barrel. Because this is an open show, what normally are Clover Buds and 4-H, we have them showing in with our bigger people. And we're very grateful that some of the parents and older members are close at hand in case they might have some difficulty out here. We're also very grateful for our people working in the ring here. Boards, hurdles, they help separate anything that is having difficulty. So anybody who's just completed kindergarten, first or second grade, they're going to eligible for the Pee Wee showmanship. And during classes, the parents or adults or older brothers and sisters can be in the ring along ringside. And probably should have mentioned that earlier. As we're working these classes, we'll do a little housekeeping here because we only have one class of heavies left. First off, if you've been using some pens back in the barns, please be sure to clean those up. They will withhold your premium auction check if you do not clean your pens. Secondly, we just don't have enough help to get those pens cleaned up this year, so we very, very much like to have you clean those pens up. Secondly, you may take your animals or your swine projects home at the conclusion of this show today, so that you do not have to keep them here for the duration.
On the short rows of the crossbred barriers out here, and I think it becomes a pair of them that sort up in this particular class. The young man's calico is going to go ahead and start, in my opinion. I think that hog is very good from a perspective of being tall-shouldered, neat proportioned, and I like where he's at from just a balance and presence standpoint. Getting behind him, I actually think there's a shot more in terms of spread to his hip, and still to maintain squareness is impressive. Young lady right here is going to be in second, and he comes, he drives underneath you, and he's got a shot more shape and turn to his upper back. I like that about him. I think he's the shorter bodied option. It's a shot more moderate in terms of his kind, and I think that's really good. At the same time, when he starts to go away, he'll bring his rear foot in just a little bit, push out in that rear joint ever so slightly. But boy, I think that's a very nice pig. 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, and 6 I thought were challenging and tight in what they had to offer. I opted for the young man to be third in this particular class. Wide-chested, ultra opened up in terms of rib shape and design. I like his chest width and I like his turn. I think he probably gets the most concerning in terms of where his hock sits for me personally. The young man over there on the gate is going to be in fourth in this particular class. I think that hog's long. I think that hog's level, and I think he's lean. I like his shape up high. There's probably not just enough spread to his lower body and enough fill working in him for me to work him on up. Yeah, a different kind of story comes next. Real deep body, ultra pliable, so full and so right from that perspective. I need him to counter that extra fill with just a shot more muscle to move him on up. And then the young lady doing an awesome job over there with her blueberry. I think that one's long. I think that one's really good from a shape perspective. He gets a little easy in his spine, a little off in his build, but a very, very nice barrel. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors, please.
First goes to Caden Frickin' Lou, second to Peyton Benda, third goes to Brock Nissen, fourth to Daniel Staples, fifth to Talon McDonald, and sixth to Hayden Sinsky. Here we come with our last class of heavyweights, and we're going from 275 up to 294, just about 20 pounds. Okay, first one out is Aubrey Tidyman with a 295. This is our heaviest barrel of the show today, 294 pounds. Next out, Parker Benda with the lightest weight in this class at 275 pounds. Next we have Isaac Einen, 280-pound barrel. Next out is Sophie Lovell, 276-pound barrel. And completing the class is Daniel Staples with a 286-pound barrel. Let's put our hands together for our heavyweight, top weight barrel class. These youngsters have done quite a job of feeding these barrels up to these weights, 275 to 294 pounds. At the conclusion of this class, we will pick our champion and reserve champion heavyweight barrel. Then we'll go into the grand champion overall market barrel for 2020. So we'll be bringing back the light and middle and heavyweight champions and the reserves from each of those divisions to, for the championship drive. We will also be bringing back the purebreds. I did that on the gilts as well. So it's purebreds, lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight champions. So we'll have 4 animals out here in the championship drive.
Great way to end our crossbred market hog classes, and I certainly think the bear that wins handily, in my opinion. Fresh, youthful, and still good at this accelerated of a weight. I think he's got muscle, muscularity. I like his fresh turn up high. I like his genuine skeleton quite well. The young lady right there is going to be in second in this particular class. Boy, he's got a good spread, and I like his density of rear leg and the extra feature he's got there. I think at the same time, that hog get a little plane in front of his shoulder and just a little planer in his head near set. I think that starts to detract from his natural balance and freshness ever so slightly. The one that comes next, probably a shot wider chested and a shot just more opened up going away. At the same time, that particular hog gets a little more uncoordinated in how he handles his rear skeleton. He'll start to pivot out on his rear foot, and in turn, he wants to push in his rear joint just a little bit. But boy, I like that one's shape. I like that one's productivity and extra muscularity. Young man's doing an awesome job with his 4th place bear, and I think that one's long. I think he's lean, and I think he really, at this accelerated of a weight, it's impressive to be that lean and that genuine. I think at the same time, he'll get a little hard right there in his flank, just a little bit tucked up and drier in his lower body. Young ladies, that closes, as we said, that's the biggest pig here, and I appreciate that ability to grow, that ability to perform. That's very valuable. He's elevated, he's extended, and he's got the extra product. I think he gets a little flatter and more closed up relative to his frame size and relative to his contemporaries. Let's congratulate him. I'm excited to pick you a champion heavyweight bear.
First in that class went to Isaac Einens, second to Sophie Lovell, third to Parker Benda, fourth to Daniel Staples, and fifth to Aubrey Tiedemann. That is our last class of market barrels. So now we're going to be bringing out the class winners from those 3. From class 18, we have Thomas Fricking, barrel weighing 240 pounds. From class 19, barrel weighing 270 pounds, Cade Fricking Lewis showing. So 30 pounds there between those 2. And then from class 20, Isaac Einen, 280 pound barrel. So we have 40 pounds difference in these 3 barrels out here. Let's put our hands together for our heavyweight market barrels.
Outstanding set of heavyweight barrows, and I certainly think that there's differences amongst them. I think they're fun to discuss, and they're fun to kind of look through, in my personal opinion. Just in class order, I'll talk about a young man who won the first class. I think, boy, that one's athletic. He's loose skeleton. He's got a very, very nice build, yet does it with density. I like those things about that particular hog. I wish he was a little wider in his chest, and I think we could roll there, but I think, man, you get him behind him, and that's an impressive view of pin set, hip hock, and how he's spread in terms of natural dimension and skeletal power. Young man that won the second class in the heavies here. I think from the side, that hog's very interesting. I think he's elevated. I think he's really nice in terms of his build, and he's got a really neat proportion. I wish he was a little more aggressive right there at the top of his shoulder and in his upper back, and I think we could really get excited about those things. Young man that won the last class, he's hard shaped. He's really good in the turn he has up high. I think that hog still has some very good pieces. I wish he was just a little softer in his body relative to his frame size, and I think we could really get very, very excited about 3 very good barrows. My personal favorite, young man who won the first class heavy champion heavy.
Thomas Fricking is our champion heavyweight barrel. We'll be bringing out the second from that class, and that would be Aubrey Erickson. There she comes. And that barrel weighed in at 250 pounds. So our weight difference is getting less. It's only 30 pounds now.
We dropped that second out, and I think that hog's very interesting in terms of his shape and his extra bone and what he presents from a length of body perspective. Very, very nice. I still think there's another one that I'd be remiss if I didn't at least put in the pair, because I think he represents a lot of quality. Young man that won the second class will have your reserve.
That's Kay Freaking Lou. That bear weighed 270 pounds. Let's put our hands together for our heavyweights as we clear out the ring there. Okay, we'll be bringing out the first place, or the champion purebred barrow, the lightweight champion barrow, the middleweight champion barrow, and the heavyweight champion barrow for the grand champion barrow, overall barrow, market barrow for 2020. We also have the second place from each of those divisions on hand to go in for reserve consideration. It might take us a few minutes to get these animals all up here. You know, about this time we'd be talking about a lunch break and advertising our 4-H food stand and our vendor trucks. Well, the 4-H food stand was not able to open up, but we certainly have some very, very good vendor trucks out here, so we hope you will patronize them and show your thanks for them coming to our fair and providing some food, especially for our families here that are camping on the grounds and our young exhibitors who obviously get hungry out here showing and washing and just taking care of their animals. So please be sure and patronize our food vendors out here on the grounds. All right, coming in for consideration in the purebred division, Bryn Anderson's Hampshire barrel will be coming out first. That barrel's weighing in at 236 pounds. Let's give Bryn Anderson a nice round of applause, please. In the lightweight barrels, coming in is Peyton Bendis, and Peyton Bendis barrels weighing 204 pounds. Let's give Peyton Benda a nice round of applause, please. Next in is middleweight champion Thomas Fricking from class 17, weighing 238 pounds. Let's give Thomas Fricking a nice round of applause, please. And coming out from the heavyweight division is Thomas Fricking's barrel, weighing 240 pounds, being shown by his brother Will. Let's give Thomas another round of applause, and Will's going in for him. Goodness, I think the Hampshire breeders would be very proud of this lineup before running for in the run for champion for 2020. All right, you guys, this is the big show. Let's put our hands together for our top animals in this year's show.
Well, it comes down to 4 of them out here, and I think it's an incredible accomplishment to be able to drive for champion and to be able to bring a pig up to the ring for the selection of your champion. I think is very, very neat. I'll be honest, I think that this county fair is easily one of the highest quality I've ever had the opportunity to step in and sort. It's one of the highest quality that I've ever been associated with, and I think that says something. Let's give all of our exhibitors today a big round of applause. What an incredible job. As I say so many times, as we step in the ring with this current world situation that we're in and the scenario we're in, every time we get to show pigs, it's a blessing. And I think that is awesome. The fair board that set this up, the fair board that put this on, they need a huge round of applause because this is an incredible event. I normally am not one for speeches. I do want to say one thing, and that is absolutely, as I've studied the quality of pigs that come through the ring today, the quality of kids and showmen, it was absolutely astounding. And there was pigs that were 6th or 7th in class that I thought were very good, and I thought represented an immense amount of quality. And I want to say that I grew up in Indiana, and we had competitive county fairs, and I don't know if they mirrored this, but they were certainly good. And when I started, it was a rough start, I'll tell you that much. And as I continued to develop, the competition is what made me better. The competition is what made me want to learn and develop. And so don't shy away from the competition, and don't be bitter or sad that you were beat today, because boy, the competition is what will motivate you and make you a better person. So continue to work hard, continue to develop that, and really, I think that you'll be in a good shape. I do think that there is one bear out here that come into the ring the first time, and I knew it was over from that point. I realized that he's probably not the most accelerated from a weight standpoint, and I'm okay with that. I'm not trying to make it a progress or prospect show. I'm just trying to use the best pig, and that's, in my opinion, young man right here has easily the best one.
Thomas Fricking, 2020 Grand Champion Barrel, and that is from the middleweights. We need to bring in the second place from that class, or that division, and that's Carson Snickloss from the middleweight division, and that barrel is weighing in at, okay, gotta get that, 238 pounds.
Well, we dropped that reserve fiddle out here, and I certainly think it becomes a very, very close race amongst a couple of pigs. And just to talk about it in no particular order, that purebred, boy, that one's elevated, that one's extended. I love his look, I love his presence. He can be a little looser in his skeleton, but within that breed, I think he's very, very interesting. Lightweight. Boy, I want to see that one in a couple weeks because I think he is very interesting in terms of being big-footed, huge-legged, heart-shaped, and still having that kind of presence and still being able to motor out here. I think that one's going to be fun as you continue to get him to grow up and just expand a little bit. The young man that won the 3rd division, I thought, boy, that one come out. He was flexible, he's youthful, he's very good in terms of his reach and his skeletal just presence. I think is very, very good. I think that particular barrack could be just a touch wider in his chest as he gets out here. The young lady that was reserved behind our eventual grand, well, I think that one's good in his shape. I think he's really good in his turn. I love his freshness of back. I love his freshness of presentation. I thought maybe there was just little intricacies that kept him from probably pushing our champion a little bit harder. I do think he's the second best young lady to be the reserve.
Carson Smithloff is the reserve champion for 2020. All right, let's put our hands together. Wasn't that a show we had today? Great show. Now our judge gets to relax a little bit. He does not have to show the next or judge the next class of animals, but he gets to talk to all our youngsters, the future of our swine show here. So our next class is our Pewees, and they do not compete against each other. We'll be bringing them out, and your applause is going to be their reward. We'll try and introduce each of those individually. Once again, these are our youngsters, and we would like to have an adult or an older 4-H or sibling close by. I should have said 4-H, an older youth close by, and actually they can actually be in the ring in the event that their youngster needs some help. We will have a gift for each one of our exhibitors, courtesy of Pork Chop Open. Let's see. We have some hog whips for each one of our Pewee show people. And since most probably have some kind of showing instrument out here, we're going to hand these out as they leave the ring so they don't have quite so much to handle. Unless they need one. If they need one, we'll give it to them first. So once again, we'll be introducing these one at a time, and we'll ask you to give them applause. So our first one out today is Hayden Sinsky, and she's our birthday girl. Let's give her a nice round of applause to Hayden. She's 7 years old today. Next out, we have Kirby Mulder, and she was my assistant yesterday for the sheep and the goat show. Let's give Kirby Mulder a nice round of applause, please. Next out is Will Staples. Let's give him a nice round of applause, please. Will Staples. He was in the goat show yesterday. This is Caden Tusha. He was in earlier helping show. Let's give Caden Tusha a nice round of applause, please. Next out is Kylan Bass. This is her very first time in the ring today. Let's give Kylan Bass a nice round of applause, please. This is Talon McDonald, and if you're thinking I've been mispronouncing his name, you're right. Let's give Talon a nice round of applause, please. Talon McDonald. This is Gabe Honette. He's coming out for the first time. Let's give Gabe a nice round of applause, please. Gabe Honette. Next out is Cooper Nelson. Let's give Cooper Nelson a nice round of applause. You've seen him earlier. Oh, we have a big show over here. Next out is Mason Haar. Let's give Mason Haar a nice round of applause, please. Mason Haar. He was showing the first day on Tuesday. Okay, this is Bryn Erickson. Let's give Bryn a nice round of applause with her Duroc, please. This is Cade Voss coming out with the Hampshire in the orange shirt he's showing. Let's give Cade Voss a nice round of applause, please. Olivia Ackerman, you've seen her before. She's coming out as a Pewee here. Let's give Olivia a nice round of applause. I think we have the class complete. All right, this is the future of Jackson County. Let's put our hands together for our Pewees, please. You know what? I think it's officially the largest class. We've got a great future here. Incidentally, these youngsters will be receiving these show whips courtesy of Pork Chop Open. And no, we did not get to have Pork Chop Open this year. Thank goodness they had some money left over. Okay, just a housekeeping here. We have an open hog show this afternoon. So if you have parked on the east half of the campgrounds, that means towards the racetrack. So if you have parked over there in the campgrounds, we need you to move your vehicles so that we will have room for the open hog show trailers to be parked. We'd like to have them off the fairgrounds and over in the campground area. So if you happen to have a vehicle that is parked on the east half of the campgrounds, that's towards the racetrack, we'd ask you to move those vehicles and you can just bring them over here to the fairgrounds and put them in the parking lot. That way we can put the trailers that the hog show people bring in. Whoops, I'm being disturbed here, Kirby, I'll move. Here we go. At any rate, we need those vehicles moved to the fairgrounds, pickups, cars, and so forth, so we can put the trailers back in the campgrounds. A little bit more housekeeping. Once again, If you use the pens over in the buildings for your swine exhibit, please be sure and clean those pens out. Do you think these pigs are giving me a hint? Actually, what's going on right now, these pigs have been out in the show, and you might not think a pig is a very smart animal, but they're very smart, because they know exactly where they came in and where they go out and where they can get in and out of these pens. So that's why they're kind of hanging around these corners up along the staging area.
What an awesome set of Pee Wee showmen out here. And I think this is such a neat opportunity to be able to be in the ring and to be able to exhibit pigs and do this at such a young age is awesome. Let's give these kids a big and unforgettable round of applause, please. This is absolutely a fun time, and this is absolutely the future of Jackson County Swine Show, and I think that the future is very, very bright. I want to commend all of them. I talked to each of them individually. We're having fun. We're enjoying it. That's what it's about at this stage. We all got our pigs named, and we didn't have any inappropriate names, so that's a very, very good bonus right there. But I do think that there's two showmen that I've watched all day that do an absolutely outstanding job, and we're not placing them well. I'm just commending them for the job they're doing. That young man right there with Twix in the center of the ring, him and Twix are a phenomenal pair, and he has been an absolutely stud showman all day. Very attentive, very intense. I like him, and I think he does a very nice job. And then the young lady with 23 on her back tag, the kind of blue and white striped shirt, she's a very good showman in terms of eye contact and really managing the ring well. A bright, bright future for both those showmen. Awesome individuals. Let's give them one big round of applause. We'll go ahead and dismiss them all. Let's congratulate them.
That was Cooper and Olivia the judge was talking about, and I see a future of them competing against each other for many, many years. So parents, if you can help with this whip distribution, that would be great. Our next class is showmanship. It's our juniors. These individuals have completed 3rd, 4th, or 5th grade. First out is Brock Nissen. Next out is Aubrey Erickson. This is Talon Holmes, is 3rd out. Okay, next out is Tate Phillips. Okay, this is Madison Sinsky. He's bringing out the red belt. Next out is Zoe Hall. Going to our next pen. We have Paige Benda coming up. This is Jocelyn McCorkle. Next we have Ellie Holmes. Next out is Gavin Tusha with a spot here. Next out is Daniel Staples with a hamp. This is Aubrey Nelson. We have some more? Oh. All right, that completes our junior class. So these are exhibitors that have completed 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. My goodness, we've got a lot of show people out here. Big class. They seem to be doing well here, so let's put our hands together for our junior show people, please. We will be picking a grand and a reserve in this division. In the intermediate and seniors, we will be placing down because of the premier showmanship on Saturday. But in this class, we will pick a champion and a reserve. Just a reminder, we do need to get pictures. And those of you ringside, if you catch a few minutes, anybody who is planning to have a swine project in the auction on Saturday, we really need a picture of the animal plus the exhibitor with the name, first and last name of the exhibitor, a picture sent to Stacy Christophers as she is putting together the slideshow for the auction on Saturday. A business card for her can be picked up in the office if you didn't get one with your exhibitor numbers. So don't forget to take pictures.
All right, so every year, this lovely lady volunteers to announce at all of our shows, so we just want to give her a huge thank you, and if we could give her a round of applause, that would be awesome.
Thank you. It's my fix for the year. I think I have sand or sawdust in my blood.
We get out here for selection of your champion and reserve here in the junior division, and boy, there's a lot of very good showmen out here. And I try and be efficient when we run showmanship at the end of the day, because I want to make sure we don't wear out the pigs and we don't have an unnecessarily negative experience here in the show ring. And plus, I like doing showmanship at this stage because guess what? I've watched all day and I've been able to figure out how you interact with other exhibitors, how you interact with your pigs, and what you're able to get from a showmanship perspective all day. And I really like that kind of concept. I do think there's a couple things that I want to give advice to everybody. I'm not going to talk to you individually. I think it's important that you go back and you find your mentor, find the person that brought you up here with a spray bottle and see what they think, because I think that they can give you the best advice and they can help you to figure out where you've been and where you need to go. I think it's important, though, that we make sure we make eye contact with the judge at this stage. And second off, I want to make sure that we make a pig sandwich, as I like to call it. And what that means is it should always be me, the pig, and you. And you got to be conscious about how you turn and how you maneuver in the ring out there to make sure that it's always that you never cross over in front of me, that you use the whole ring. This is a big ring, and you've got lots of area to use, and so make sure you do that. That being said, I think there's 3 showmen I want to mention in no particular order, and just talk about for a second. Young lady in the black does an awesome job of eye contact, keeping her pig rolling. I think is an absolutely phenomenal showman in that regard. She'll fade just a little bit on occasion and get just a little further back, in my opinion. And then the young lady in the pink, boy, she's one of the most consistent that I've seen out here all day in terms of always presenting her pig right and putting him in the right places. She'll get a little closer to me at times, and then she wants to be on the verge of being on the wrong side on occasion. Young man, right there in the center of the ring with the striped shirt, one of the most intense showmen that I've seen all day. I love his ability to get low and really get the most out of that pig. His whip's horizontal. Yeah, I think he's really got that pig driven extremely, extremely well. And I love what he does. One piece of advice as we continue to move forward for that young man, make sure you're conscious of how you're turning and what side you're on when you turn, because you'll tend to cross over occasionally. But boy, that's nothing to take away from what I think is the elite showman. He's my personal favorite. He'll be your champion junior.
Brock Nissen is your champion junior show person.
We get out here for reserve, and I think it becomes a little closer. I talked to the 2 that I think are in contention. In my opinion, there's one of them that's just a little sharper in terms of her presentation. Young lady in the pink will be your reserve. Let's congratulate her.
Reserve goes to Paige Benda. Congratulations. Nice job, junior show people. So Paige and Brock, we need to send your pigs through that first pen so we can get pictures. Let's send them out with a nice round of applause, please. Out first in the intermediates is Tanner Nelson. Okay, out next. This is Landon Tiedemann. And I think I mispronounced his name earlier. Next out is Grant Fricking. Next out is Aubrey Tiedemann. Moving to the other pen here, we have Noah Thompson. Callie. Next we have Callie Nelson. Next out is Braden Erickson. Another mispronunciation today. Next out is Reese Anderson. And Willow Thiner. I think that completes our class of intermediates. Let's put our hands together for our intermediate show people, please. Our judge will be placing them all the way down. So here we go. It looks like a half-breeder's been in the county with all these Hampshire influenced pigs. A little news here. Those of you who start getting hungry by the end of the day, there is going to be a pork burger feed at 4 o'clock north of the Swine building. And they'll take a free will donation there. And the money that you donate is going to go towards the penning here in the show pavilion. So 4 o'clock, pork burgers, free will donation. And it's going to be north of the Swine barn. So they're going to be grilling out there. Actually, I think they might, well, I don't know if they have the grill going yet, but they will soon. So keep that in mind. Free will donation. They'll have burger and chips there. Now, if you're watching ringside, you might think the judge is placing him, but since this is showmanship, I suspect he's trying to see how well the exhibitors can pen their own animals. So don't get too excited. I don't think the placings are done yet.
Well, I'm a big fan of showmanship because at a county fair of this quality, at a show of this quality, it gives kids more opportunities to be recognized, and I'm all about that, because your hard work is not unnoticed, and your hard work is not going to be unrewarded, because I think that there's a couple showmen out here that do a flat good job and have done a flat good job all day, and I was excited for these particular showmen to come back into showmanship, because boy, I thought they did so good, and I wanted to reward them for that being, for the job that they have done and what they put together in terms of their showmanship style. In no particular order, I'm going to talk about these three and their individual styles and just kind of discuss what I like and what I'd maybe change. Young man kind of in the tealish, greenish, bluish shirt, I don't know. I think that young man is as intense as anybody. He's so good at getting good passes and really presenting his hog well. The problem is his intensity sometimes goes beyond just a natural state, and so I think that he's got to manage when he needs to turn it on and when he needs to be that intense versus when he can relax and get his pig going in the right kind of motion. The young lady that is kind of in the center of the ring there, boy, she is so smooth and so just good and fundamental in the way that she gets out here. I love her natural presence. I love her ability to naturally present that hog and put him together, or her together. I think it's so good. At times, she'll get a little further away. She'll start to fade back just a little bit. I think that starts to become the detriment there. The young man here in front of me, boy, I'll be honest, all day I have waited for this young man to come through showmanship, because he is an absolutely intense, very nice showman in terms of always presenting his pigs so well, getting them out here in the center of the ring, driven perfectly. I think it's so fun to watch, and I think this young man does an outstanding job. Let's congratulate him. He'll be your champion intermediate.
That's Tanner Nelson. And once again, we're going down a few placings for the Premier Showmanship on Saturday.
We get out here and it becomes just as close between second and third. I talked about their difference in style and what probably suits me better. My personal second favorite, young man right here, will be your reserve in this division. Young lady's going to be
Nora Thompson.
I thought a young lady's going to be in third, and I think does a very good job in how she gets out here comfortably. Love her presence. Probably gets a little far away at times. 4, the young lady right there. Boy, when she makes a good pass, it's lights out, and she makes great eye contact, and I like that. At times, she'll start to fade just a little bit to the edges, and I think that she's not as aggressive of a showman as the others, and I think that starts to become a detriment for her, and just probably as we start to think about the team sport that showmanship is, her partner didn't want to play all day, and so I think that started to limit her. 5, boy, this showman kept growing on me. I started and I was like, she's a little bit forgettable in terms of being back and just kind of out of the pack. The longer we drove, the closer she got, the more confident she got, and that needs to continue. Build that confidence, because you are an absolutely just dynamic showman in terms of your just ability to get back and forth. Build that confidence and get a little closer there. Young man comes next, and boy, I thought he was very good in terms of the pass. He pays a lot of attention to that pig, which is great for the show, and I like that. I think that if I'm going to change him anywhere, he needs to shorten his whip so that he can actually get a hold of that and comfortably grasp it. If he's got a more appropriate length of whip, I think we're in the money there. Young man comes next, and actually the next 3. I think this young man that's in 7 is one that probably does one of the better jobs of just getting that pig driven. It's the little things of showmanship that probably limit him a little bit more. Eye contact could be just a touch better, and I'm still a stickler. We got to tuck that shirt in and present ourselves just a little bit better. But boy, that young man does a very nice job. And then on down the line, 8 and 9, showmen that are calm, cool, collected, like that about them. Probably not just aggressive enough in how they get out there and present their pigs. Great set of showmen. Excited to work through our seniors.
Let's give them a nice round of applause. Tanner Nelson was first and Noah Thompson was reserved. Followed by Willow Feiner and Reese Anderson. And the top 2 in that area will be competing in the Premier Showmanship on Saturday, and it's a Young Stockman's Award. We did not have the judging program or did not have the quiz bowl to gain points for these, so we will have a Premier Showmanship contest on Saturday. And the top two representing this intermediate swine will show in the swine division Saturday. First out in the senior division is Kai Anderson. Next out is Alana Frecking with the blue roan hog here. Next is Zach Barfrey. Next out is Dominic Barfrey. Next out is Bryn Anderson. Next we have Peyton Benda. Next out is Isaac Einen. Completing our senior showmanship drive is Carson Snikloff. Let's put our hands together for our senior show people, please. It's pretty amazing to watch. I think the mic was trying to cut me off, but isn't it quite amazing to see these kids that have grown up? It looks like we could field a basketball team, and I know we could field a competitive gymnastics team out here. It is really, really fun, and that's probably why I'm here every year, is just to see this as such a positive experience to come into the Jackson County Fair and see all the hardworking kids that have a great work ethic and just are very pleasant to each other, talk about sportsmanship, and just plain grow up to be good people.
Well, I said I liked showmanship last go round, and I think somebody heard me and decided to make me work my words, because this go round I really don't like showmanship, because I think that these are incredible showmen that absolutely do just a phenomenal job out here of presenting their pigs, and I think that they do just an unbelievable ability to get out here and just show and do it at this level is unbelievable to find at a county fair. 8 deep, I think, is absolutely incredible all the way through. I kind of put my head down and shrugged my shoulders when I had to place them 8, and it wasn't fun. It hasn't been fun, but this is an awesome set of showmen that I think are very deep. I'm going to talk about them in no particular order, because I think that they're all different in how they come out here. And so the young man with the kind of light colored gilt, he is an absolute stud of being calm and collected and cool, and absolutely, when there was a big group of them, we had 8 out here, and I thought, boy, this is heavy traffic, because they all knew where to be. They all wanted to be there at the same time. He was the stud that stuck out in that group of 8, because he could get around and he could absolutely find the holes, and he could drive to absolutely be where he needed to be. He knew where he needed to be a couple steps ahead of time. The problem that I think he runs into is he probably doesn't come and go enough and give me all the views and angles. Very comfortable with that profile. I want him to come and go and just sort the different views a little bit more aggressively. But boy, when we had heavy traffic and it was the going and the water was deep, he was the one that would always find his way out there. The young lady in the middle of the ring right there, she's the one that does the best job of providing every different view, every different angle, and I love that about her, because she's able to absolutely show that pig. I got 3/4 views, I got rear 3/4 views, I got front views, and I saw every inch of that pig quickly. And I think that that's what showmanship's about in terms of efficiency. At the same time, when she gets to turning, she'll sometimes cross over just a little bit and just doesn't probably plan that just perfectly, in my personal opinion. The young lady that I haven't talked about yet is one that when you get them into this smaller group, her intensity and her ability to absolutely stare a hole through me is absolutely incredible. She's phenomenal at getting that pig driven, that pig at the right pace, and that pig going in the right direction at all times. I thought when we were in traffic, I watched her, and she was always like a tiger stalking its prey, but she was just maybe a second too slow sometimes, and somebody would get her cut off where she was going. And so we got to be a bit more aggressive in terms of how we get into the mix, into traffic, as we get out there in the heavy groups. And so each one of them, phenomenal job, and I thought very good. My personal favorite, I love intensity, I love showmen that absolutely get their pig stuck perfectly. Young lady will be your champion over here. Young man will be your reserve. Young lady will be third.
Carson Skiploff, champion show person. Isaac Einen, reserve champion show person. Third place goes to Peyton. Let's send them out with a very nice round of applause, please.
I thought there was kind of 2 tiers. Those 3 and then the next 3 come out. And actually, let's just drop them out all at the same time, because I thought these 3 showmen were phenomenal in terms of their ability to absolutely get their pigs presented. It become little things that sorted them. I love this young man. I've watched him all day. He's calm, he's cool, he's collected. His demeanor is very good in terms of how he handles the ring. I think at times, his gilt wanted to stop and go a little bit more, and we probably didn't handle that just as smooth as what I'd like. This young man right here, great eye contact, great intensity. At times he'd get caught in kind of an awkward position and probably needs to avoid those a little bit more. That's okay. I probably was the same way as a showman. Just continue to do that. You do a great job of presenting your pigs. This young lady is very good at getting pigs driven. And I like that about her. She's probably not just as smooth as some of the other ones in front of her. And you know what? I thought about it. Probably she is someone's style as a showman, and I'm cool with that because she's an awesome showman. Just not my style today, and I apologize for that. 7 and 8. I thought were very close as well, and two showmen that do a very, very good job. They're good at controlling pace, they're good at finding the right places to be, and they're good at presenting their animals. The young lady, probably that's going to be 8, gets a little close at times, gets up underneath me a little bit, wish she'd stay just a little bit better distance away. And the young man, so calm, so cool, collected. He'll be 7, and I certainly thought that he did a great job of doing that, staying so calm. Probably a little more intensity, a little more fire and eye contact, get you up higher. Very nice shed of showmen. Anybody that's left, let's give them a round of applause, please.